Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I hope you all can hear me okay. Let me know in the live chat if you can hear me. Good morning to everyone out there. If I'm a little quiet, let me see if I can. Hope I'm not too quiet. I've had to check my sounds to make sure that my levels are okay. Yeah, my levels should be good. All right, just making sure. I should have done that before we went live. But good morning, everyone. I hope you all are doing well out there. A happy Father's Day to all of the dads out there. I hope you guys are kicking ass and taking names. Yeah, welcome. This is obviously Bridge the Divide. This is the day that we do the Stage of Reason, which is our our once a month Discord stage where we I jump up on the stage with a guest and we talk to believers about what they believe and why. So if you're new here, thank you so much for checking this out and welcome, welcome, welcome. But I hope you all are doing fantastic wherever you are wherever you are out there in the world. I see a lot of people from all around here. First and foremost, I want to put up that banner. Huge giant thank you to everyone who is a channel member here and of course supports the channel in any way they do. Of course, your likes, likes, interactions are all fantastic. Thank you for all the comments and everything. And I hope you all enjoy this one. These stages have been pretty awesome the past few months that we've done them. I've had Jefferson Spatchcock on, Amy Newman on. X has joined me one time. I think, and I have a special guest today. So I can't wait. I'm not going to spoil it. So let them pop in a little. They're going to pop onto the Discord stage a little bit later. So it's going to be an absolute blast. So, but I hope you all enjoy it. The conversations that we have here. Let's see who we have in the live chat this morning. I see Raven Darkstar was here. Says good morning, Jail. Good morning, Raven. Thanks so much for being here, as well as Turtle Moves. Good to see you. Good afternoon to you. How to Rule an Asteroid is here. Good to see you. This Earl. Good to see How to Rule an Asteroid. Bellywood as well. Good to see you. Aaron Reese, thanks for hanging out, bud. Let me see. Gaming Vegan Ape is nice. Just got back from pumping iron. Good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for hanging out after your workout. Vanguard Shield, good to see you as well. Karis 2030, hello. Good to see you. James Apperson, good to see you hanging out there. Seeking Truth says Father's Day in Germany was in May already. Interesting, but thank you, Seeking Truth, for hanging out with us. Philip Greening Jackson says good afternoon from Scotland. Good to see you, Philip. Thanks so much for being here today. Jeff C. as well. Good to see you. Barnaby Wild says hello. Clive Wells, thank you so much for the obligatory alternative energy. We do appreciate that, Clive. Thanks so much for being here today. Mr. Colby, too, says hello. Good to see you. Robin Webster as well. Steven Stevens, hello from Tennessee. My dad's old stomping grounds. Like that. That's where my dad was born and raised before they went to Missouri. So Tennessee and Missouri is where my dad is from. So, but very cool. And Rainrick66 says, Happy Blooms Day. I'm a huge James Joyce fan. Nice. Fantastic. Thank you, Rainrick66. Appreciate that. Hope you all are doing fantastic this morning. And, of course, anybody who hasn't said hi in the chat, good to see you. Right now, Taco is over in the Discord getting it set up. Trying to make sure that we don't have any hitches on this one. And make sure that we're all good to go, because last thing I need is, yes, there we go. Okay. We had some, there was on Discord, anybody who's dealt with Discord extensively knows that it's freaking wonky as shit. And we had to make sure that I had the correct permission set up so that I could kick off the stage, start everything. So, just pain in the tail. But how are y'all doing? I hope y'all are doing fantastically. I hope I know this is early. It's early on a Sunday morning. So it's easy like Sunday morning, but yeah, I know that I've been I haven't had a whole ton. I didn't drop any content last week. I'm just coming off of my kind of like birthday time. So my wife and I like to do stuff for my birthday. And I took some time off because I had the video drop over on the little collab video that I did with the Skeptic. I had that drop on his channel on Saturday. And so amazingly, I don't know why, but that video did incredibly well. Eric says, I'm wonky as shit. I'm a wonky person. So what do you expect? Vanguard says doing good so far, waiting for the go ahead to move a drilling rig in the rain. So I will only be here for an hour at most. Well, be safe. Be safe. Definitely, because that's some hard ass work. But amazingly, the video over on the Skeptic did incredibly well. But I think by my estimation, it did really, really well, because the numbers were like I guess the numbers were big as far as I could tell, as far as like in the few days that it was up. So arguably probably my best performing video I ever did was on somebody else's channel. So but I wish I could do that kind of that level of content on my own channel. But yeah, it was an absolute blast working with the skeptic. That was a lot of fun. Put that together, let him go on vacation so that I could so I could do that one. I know it was a bit heavier. For those who are fans of the skeptic, if you haven't, like, if you're familiar with him, the British floating circle. Um, if you haven't gotten a chance to see that video, it's currently up on his channel, and I think that you will enjoy it. It's a bit different. Actually, I can't say that I was really surprised by how many comments came in about how different my style is from the skeptics, because I'm more analytical and really I try to break things down as best I absolutely can. And skeptic is approaches it from a much more humorous angle. And while I try to inject comedy, his objective is more. I would say he tries to like address it just kind of like at its most fundamental point, and then laugh at it, and then move on from there. Whereas I have to dissect it down into its base parts and explain why all of this completely fails. And so it's way different than his. I'm so glad that he invited me over and that it turned out okay. So I hope you all enjoyed that video. I do. Got to get my brain juice going on. Audio is good so far. Fantastic. Sounds good. Sounds good. It looks like we are all set. As far as the stage goes, I've got the ability to kick it off. We're going to be kicking that off in about 20 minutes. About 19 minutes is when the stage will go on. All right. All right, Frayed Edges is here. Good to see you, Frayed. It's been a minute. I'm so glad you're doing well. Says, my beloved family, how was church? I, on the other hand, had the best day of my life. I owe it all to skipping church. Why would I want to spend half my Sunday hearing about how I'm going to hell? Good point. Good point. The cult just isn't for everyone. It just isn't. Not everybody. I find that the majority of people that it does not really sit with are people who are, I guess, have a knack for spatial thinking, or for spatial orientation, and the idea that you don't see things predominantly in a linear way. And I know that I can say that, speaking of this is Father's Day, my dad and I, one of the biggest hangups that he and I had between us, which led to our relationship kind of deteriorating towards the end. One of the biggest hangups between my father and I was that my father was a very strict, black and white, very linear thinker. And so if things moved out of order, out of sequence, or thinking like outside the box, that did not work for him at all. Like, it completely threw him off. He would get nowadays we would say that he would suffer anxiety. He would get anxiety attacks, whenever things were kind of like out of order, out of sequence, because he didn't have the capacity to really think about things in those terms. And when that happened, he would respond with anger, and sometimes, if pushed to the extreme, sometimes violence. So my dad wasn't an abusive human being. My dad was a product of his time. Tennessee raised, Missouri raised, fundamentalist Baptist mother, Marine father, moved around all the time, when they were young. It was just not the most stable home life. But yeah, so he's kind of like, the things that upset him or scared him or like unnerved him, he would lash out at. And so my dad and I had that kind of, we hit that crossroads, because I am certainly not like that. Unlike my brother. My brother is a complete and total like linear thinker. He's just like my dad. So my dad and him got on like gangbusters, but I didn't. And so when my dad was, trying to teach me things or really like this, I would see things at a different, I guess, from a different frame of reference than he would, or I would perceive them in a different way. And because I would approach things differently, that frustrated him, and that ultimately, eroded the foundation between, the foundation of our relationship. So, but yeah, that kind of thinking does not lend itself to church-like thinking, to the whole, this is where you are, this is where this is, never the two shall meet, never the two shall, one shall question the other. That this is the hierarchy, and I'm a guy that upsets hierarchies. that wonders why hierarchies exist, that challenges them at every turn. And I have, incurred the issues in my life that have come from that. But that's just the kind of person that I am. And of course, it frustrated my mother and my father to all end. But what are you going to do? But yeah, it's like sometimes the cult thinking, that cult mentality. If you're prone to ask questions, or if you have that general inclination to question things, number one, never stop. And number two, you're going to find that cult like mentalities are going to wind up alienating you as opposed to welcoming you in. So, got a bunch of new people who have popped in. Good to see so many people. Let me see. I see Azo64 is here. It says jail in orbit. Good to see you, Azo. Thanks so much for being here. I see as well. Aaron Reese says we can do this one of two ways. I can explain why your argument is stupid, or I can explain why you're stupid. Your attitude chooses. Agreed. Robin Webb says I've had one threatening me already this morning. Nice. Lars, good to see you. Happy Sunday to you. Nitty as well. Good to see you. Says yo. Let me see who else. Oof, that's rough gaming. That's tough. So my dad passed in '04. So I say, like, my dad passed in '04. The spring of '04. But 2004 is when my dad passed. And it was brutal then, because once the finality of that sets in, once the shock passes and the finality of it sets in, there were a lot of things I wish I'd said to the man, both from a son aspect and from a man to man aspect, because because when he went, there were aspects of me that he didn't know, and there like he didn't really know me, was the whole point. He knew aspects of me, but he didn't know me. And I wish, even if he didn't like me, even if he had rejected me and completely cast me out or whatever, or disowned me, I wouldn't have cared. I would want the man to know me. And he died not really knowing me. My mother knows me, but my father did not, probably for the best, because that probably would have been fisticuffs. But nonetheless, I do wish that my dad had known, like, legitimately known his son before he passed. So that's kind of one of the one things I look back on, now that I just had a birthday. I'm creeping up on the age where he passed. So in a few short years, I will be the age that my dad passed away. And so, you start looking back on that. It's kind of like, you think about the things that you wish you would have done, and then you make sure that you do them now in the present. Be honest with people, make sure that they know who you are, be legitimate, that kind of shit. Oh, I'm just fucking I'm rambling here. Bree, good to see you. Hive Side, thanks so much for being here. Always appreciate the visit from the bees. Need a little pollination myself. Good to see you. Got to spread the good, spread the good stuff. Let me see who else. The Merlin is here. Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. As well as the only thing my dad ever gave me was issues. Yeah, I could say issues. Yeah, my dad gave me back issues. Limited edition, signed by the artist, back issues. But yeah, so lots of them. Oh, God equals the square root of -1. Good to see you. Morning. Thanks so much for being here. Barnaby Wild is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Left-handed Jedi as well. Says morning, everyone. Good to see you, Left-handed Jedi. Appreciate you hanging out. Azo64 has been a member of the Godless Army for 19 months. 19 months. Thank you so much for that support, Azo. You rock. I do appreciate that. Philip Grading Jackson, excellent question, says, when might we get some new content? I have new stuff in the works as we speak, because this has been, going into this week was actually really, really busy, because I had not only the podcast, the Week in Horror podcast to handle, and that was a solo. The upcoming episode, which will be on Wednesday. So I had all that prep to do. I just did the episode with Alex, so that was the last episode. Then I had this Saturday, I had an interview, or not. I had a front row interview that's just additional content for the podcast. So I sat down with the director for an hour, and that took prep. That. Then Sunday we have the live stream, and then the editing process takes time. So just making sure that the content is accurate. And plus, I tend to really get in my headspace when it comes to the content that I do, because you always want to make sure that you at least meet or surpass the quality of the last video. And I kind of hold myself to that almost perfectionist standard. And when I don't meet it, then it really, really digs at me. So, and then I tend to, but then again, there's also the matter of like over analyzing and going too far. And you wind up, so you got to find that balance and trying to keep myself in that balance to make sure I'm not over analyzing and pushing too far and I'm still conveying what needs to be conveyed. That's a difficult for me. That can be a struggle sometimes because I'll sit there and I'll stare at a script and I'll be like, I could say this better, I could say that better. This is superfluous. I need to add this. I need to make sure that that's in there. Oh, I didn't do this. It's like, and I do that all the time. Writing scripts for my personal channel is different. Is obviously a different beast than writing screenplays. Like when I'm writing a movie, because with a movie, I have the outline and the 3 act narrative structure and everything that I need, like either outlined out or in my head. And then I start page 1 and everything just flows. And then I hit the beats that I want to hit, go back, do a little of adjusting and switching, and then boom, I'm done. Writing a screenplay is so much easier than writing content though the way I do it because for my own channel. So it's a challenge. I tend to overanalyze and get into it, but I promise you, new content soon. I will keep trying to drop on Thursdays. So is the day that I like to drop new content on, and I have some new stuff coming up. So I'm going to try and have something out on Thursday, which is why I've never said Thursdays will be the day, but I'm going to try and get it out. I promise you. So, but thank you for asking. I do appreciate that. And Lieutenant Jedi has gifted 10 memberships to the Army of the, or sorry, not to the Army of the Dead. That's the other channel. Has gifted 10 Bridge of the Divide memberships, 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Jedi. For all of you new members, please enjoy all the emojis that I made for you and the channel badge as well. If you would like to be a member, then the longer the channel badge is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member here, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Yes. And of course, all of the cool custom emojis, the Hail Sagan and the Greg Locke emoji that I made for you. But I got a whole bunch of custom emojis that I really love, and I put them in there. So thank you so much. I do appreciate that, Lieutenant Jedi. Fluffy Atheist Corsi is here. Corsi is here. Thank you so much, Fluffy Atheist. Good to see you. I hope you were doing well this morning. You're doing fantastic over on your channel. Love your stuff. I really do. It's nowhere but up. So if anybody hasn't had an opportunity to check out the Fluffy Atheist, he does amazing work. So check his channel out. He's a furry who takes down crazy theist thinking and all kinds of nonsensical stuff. So yeah, but really, really good stuff. Good to see you, Corsi. Aaron Reese says, I'm just looking forward to my birthday this November. I will have made it past my original life expectancy. It'll be a banger of a party as far as family-friendly parties go. Cool. Awesome. Good to see him. Hive Size says, it's bizarre to say my father never really knew me. Yeah, it is weird. It's weird, and whether it be because he didn't live long enough to know me or that he didn't have the perspicacity to know me that well, or that maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he said, yeah, it's hard to say. But, it's odd in that respect. Looking back, it's very strange because if I were a parent, which, I will never be, but if I were a parent, it seems to me the instinct would be to know your child and support them, whatever they happen to be, because the focus should be on ensuring that they are able to have every advantage you didn't have. That seems to be like my instinct. Like if I was a dad, that's what my focus would become, was ensuring that the schools that I should have been in, that I didn't get a chance to be in, that they will get the access that they need to that they will have that. Because if I can't provide that, then why am I having a kid? In that respect, it's kind of like I wouldn't have one. So like that seems to be that seems to be my instinct. That's kind of like my opinion on that. Like if I can't do better than what was provided to me at every angle, and not just financially, but also psychologically and emotionally, if like that, because there were some limitations there. My parents were in there, like I think my dad was 22, 21. My mom was like, I think 20 or 21 when she had me. It's kind of like, you imagine me having a kid at 20? Fuck, no, absolutely not. But hey, what are you gonna do? But in that sense, I would not. I would want to make sure that they had every opportunity. But that's just my opinion. It's a bit hard. I think some people have said it's a bit hardcore. A bit unrealistic for parenthood. I can see why people would think that, but that just seems to be my instinct on that. That's just me. You agree to disagree. Cygnus TSP has been a member of the Godless Army for 24 months. Good to see you. Thank you, bud. Thanks so much for that support. I do appreciate that. Fluffy Atheist says, I like to drop content on Mondays for the Young Earth Takedown and Friday for Faith Around and Find Out. Very nice. Very cool. Sumami, good. He says JL has slimmed down, but that beard is still full-bodied. Oh, yes. Voluminous. Absolutely. Peter Pacquiam is here. Says, cheers from Spain. All the best, Birds of the Divide. Thank you so much, Peter. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I think you're like Spain. I think that's like 6 hours ahead of me, So I hope you're having a good afternoon. A good afternoon. Thank you very much. Clive Will says, Anakin never really knew Luke. That's true. Well, maybe at the end he did. I'm going to save you. You already did. Or you already have. You already have. Rasheen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Al Trucker as well. Good to see you. We're going to kick the stage off here in about 5 minutes. Aaron Reese says, I've intentionally avoided giving my kids too many added advantages. I've tried to put extra tools in their hands, but the struggle is what makes us. True, but the struggle's going to be there regardless. The struggle's going to be there regardless. I'm just gonna throw that out there. So, I mean, normal everyday living creates enough struggle. I would say, but that, like I said, I'm not a parent. I have no right to comment on parenthood. It could very well be that you have a kid and you suddenly like things kind of crystallize and coalesce in your mind. I have no idea. I'm literally commenting as an outsider. I am sitting in the cheap seats, literally looking down saying, I'd have done that differently, and that's not me. I mean, that's not an effective opinion. It's not like, oh, this is the way it should be. No, I have no illusions about my opinion and how it just seems to be that that's my inclination. And of course, if I had kids, that could drastically shift. It could suddenly like literally could be foundationally, but it was like, oh shit, I was wrong the whole time. I have no doubt. So I'm just saying, I'm just like I said, I can only speak from my inclinations. Fred Edge says, "Oh, trust me, when kids get old enough, they will find problems." True. My advocate said, "Good to see you." Says, "Hello all, good to see you," or "Hell AI," either one, but I think it's a hello all. But good to see you, Maya. Thanks so much for being here this morning. Do appreciate that. Maya Atkinson says, "Parents are just people who can be wrong about their kids when their egos cloud their judgment." Agreed. Jerry Penna says, I'm with JL on parenting. I raised my kids that way. See, it seems to be that would be my instinct. And that's why I think that's probably why people have told me that I would be a good dad. I don't think that I would. I don't think that I would be I don't think that I would be the best father that a child would deserve. That's just me. That's also my instincts telling me. It's like, no. Yeah. I have dogs. And I love my dogs. They are technically kind of like my kids because they're well trained, but we baby the shit out of them. They do. They're not spoiled, but they have their jobs. They do their tasks. They know what they're supposed to be doing, like whatever. But we still they're very much like our kids. So, and I'm good there. Bent, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Freight Edge says, LO, I'm 44 in a month and my daughter is 24. There is always problems. Kara's 23 says, jail. If 3 is an entity outside the influence of a local space-time, how long is the date of that entity? If 3 is an entity outside the influence... If there is an entity, I think you meant there. If there is an entity outside the influence of a local space-time, how long is the date of that entity? Okay, so if they are not grounded in, from what my understanding, and Clive Wells is in the chat, so I got to be very careful. If an entity is not grounded in basically our frame of reference of space-time, which means time does not move in one direction, the arrow of time does not move in one direction for them, but they have a vantage point outside of time. So essentially all time exists as a single point to that individual because they're non-local, or I think the term, but either way, they're viewing time as a point instead of a line. And so viewing it as a point, a day can be anywhere from instantly to can be instantaneous to simultaneous to all other points, or it could be viewed down eternally. So is my thoughts on that. Oh, I Killed Earl is here. Good to see you, I Killed Earl. Earl, I can email you the link again. Not a problem. Give me 2 seconds. And we're going to get this party started here in just a moment. I have to get this. And by the way, the link to the Discord is in. Sorry, I want to make sure I got that to her. The link to the Discord is in the description as well. It's down there at the bottom where you could join the Politics Discord. Because thank you to Politics for starting this thing. And it is 10 o'clock. It is 10 o'clock. So let's jump in. And all right. Here we go. Okay, so I emailed it to you, Earl. I emailed the Discord link so you could join the Discord. And yes, I Killed Earl will be joining me on stage. That was the surprise. We're going to get this started here in just a moment. Aaron Ray says, if they can comprehend and can influence all of time at once, they would experience everything in a single instant. Yes, all time would exist as a point instead of a line. So I hope that answered the question for you, Karis. I hope that answered the question for you. Dr. Nimrod has been a member of the Godless Army for 22 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Nimrod. And hello, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Hope the family is well. The family here and the dogs are doing good. So thank you so much. Jerry Penna says, I have 4 dogs. Awesome. Fantastic. All right. And let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Her like me, she's technologically crippled. Well, I mean, I just want to make sure that Maya's able to get on the stage. I want to make sure that she's able to get, to join me. So she just needs to enter the okay, see her there. There's I Killed Earl, and then Earl, I have invited you up to the stage. And Earl left the room. Discord takes some getting used to. It does. There we go. And invite to speak. There we go. All right. I see you there. Okay. We'll make sure we get our audio checked out. It's been my experience that Discord is overly complicated when it comes to setting things up. It is overly complicated. That's my. I've always thought I was looking at all like permissions and all that other stuff and dealing with the shit. Discord is just way too overly complicated.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just had to switch it from push to talk to the voice input. I always do that because you never know, and it's dangerous that way.
Awesome. So so your first time dealing with the Discord stage?
Yes. We normally use StreamYard for such things. So now I need to figure out how to do video.
So the way I got it set up on my system is that basically you start up StreamYard, then you go into the Discord, then you just set up the Discord on a separate screen, then you just share everything over to your StreamYard, so you're streaming simultaneously. It's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now it is 10:03, so I think it's a perfect time. I see Corsi and Reverse Camus is in the chats there, so let's go ahead and kick this bad boy off. And tell everyone that the stage is starting. That'll send out the notification to the Discord server to let everybody know that this thing is starting up. So I see people filling in already. Welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. I am JL, and with me today is the amazing I Killed Earl. Is going to be hanging out with me. How are you doing this morning?
I am well. Of course, right before I was supposed to come on, my dog barfed all over the floor. So
of course.
Like, why? So yeah, my apologies for being late.
Oh, let me see. Something happened. Oh, Reverb Twang says, "Oh, says my first Father's Day without my dad." Oh, Reverb.
Oh,
So sorry for your loss. My heart goes out to you. I keenly remember mine. I keenly remember it. And it was 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, I remember. I mean, actually, technically, yeah, because my dad's been gone 20 years this year. So, but yeah, I remember the first one as well, and because my dad passed in April, and it was the following June, but I my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry for your loss. And if you need to step out or whatever, but I'm glad you're hanging out with us. It's a pleasure to have you. So I hope that we can liven up your day a little bit and bring a little bit of joy and maybe some laughs and some cool stuff. So thank you so much for hanging out, Reverb. Yeah, you rock. So, man, that sucks. Today is Father's Day, of course, and to anybody hanging out there, I see a whole bunch of people there. Wow, this audience filled up quick. That at everyone indicator really kind of brings them in. So, but yeah, a happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're taking it easy. Like the dude, abide as the dude says. But anyway, yes, this is the stage of reason, and my guess is I killed Earl. We're going to be talking to believers about what they believe and why, and talk about their reasoning, and we may, through various topics of science, religion, philosophy, whatever it might be. And so we're happy to bring up. We want to prioritize theist callers first to talk about, or maybe to answer their questions, or figure out what they believe and why, or if they just want to talk about something in particular, whatever it might be. We're happy to entertain. So, but yeah, let's see. We got all you need to do down in the chat here or down in the audience is raise your hand. Just put your hand up, and then we will try to grab people in the order in which they put their hands up, because I have a list here, and we'll bring you up on stage and we will chat with you. So let me see here. The first person I see in the show requests, I've got Dogmatists Are Boring. And I say we kick this off. What do you think, Earl? What do you just kick this off, get started?
hell yeah, I'm ready.
Hell yes. Oh, and apparently I have some questions here real quick. Planer says, "Jail, is this being recorded?" Technically, yes, it's being live streamed. So it's being live streamed to my channel, Planer, to answer that question. So what's going on? Oh, apparently I am. Apparently I am popular. So Dogmatist says, Dogmatist says, "I'm an atheist, maybe not the best to start with." True, appreciate that, Dogma. I appreciate that, Dogmatist. Yeah, I do want to kind of prioritize theists, especially people that we haven't chatted with before. So reverse, I know we've had you on a number of times in the past. So I want to give priority to some new people. So I guess this is why do I have a feel? And okay, good to go there. All right, well, they left, so let me go ahead and do this. We'll just go ahead and bring them up. We'll just go ahead and kick it off while we get more people with their hands up, and we'll just get started talking. So, Dogmatist, come on up to the stage.
Hold on, give me a second.
Not a problem. We only had two people with their hands up, so I figured.
I do have to head out to do some chores in a sec. But
okay.
Yeah, I can talk very briefly about what I believe.
So, what you got for us?
I'm a Nietzschean atheist. I don't think there's any way to prove if there's a God or not.
Okay.
So in that way, I'm like agnostic in that aspect.
Makes sense. Yeah.
I think if we make like a chart of subjective to objective, I'm like on the side of like humans perceive subjectivity way more. Subjectivity is really what's real to us. So, how do I put it? Throughout the ages, people have different beliefs, and it seems like having beliefs is a necessary part of what it means to be human, right? Some people are really into being an atheist. Some people are really into being a theist or whatever. Or some people are really into being an agnostic. They define themselves that way. And I think what the most interesting to explore is that like cultural aspect, that identity aspect, and which one is more life affirming. As I said, I'm very Nietzschean in this aspect.
Interesting. I kind of dig it. And you leave yourself the room as far as agnosticism goes, that we don't know everything, and we are kind of like subject to our subjective internal experience. So that makes sense. And as long as you're always looking for new evidence and always willing to entertain new evidence, and take it to where follow the evidence where it leads. Very to be Socratic in that approach. Then I see no issue with that at all. That was really good.
Well, the problem with that is, I think what you believe is far more of a matter of temperament and your conditions of like what you were raised in than it is like necessarily about truth. I don't think like truth is really that easy to access, or that humans are even really that interested in it, right? We have such skewed perspectives, right?
Well, I want to push back a little bit on that because evolution, in a way, does truth track. Because organisms that are able to navigate their environments coherently can navigate them more successfully and are more apt, are obviously the odds are then greater they're going to pass on their genes, which allows
Right.
their
If you
offspring to
walk
do so
off
as
a
well. So,
cliff,
yeah,
you walk
exactly
off a
right.
cliff and you
So
die, right?
there's a sense of truth tracking to evolution in and of itself. So truth is
Right.
important to
But that's a
to a
very
degree.
basic truth. That's an
And yeah,
incredibly
and
basic
I
truth.
would say that beliefs, because I'm a doxastic and voluntarist, and so
Okay.
belief is what you're convinced of. So belief and knowledge, while intertwined, are not the same thing. And while so beliefs in and of themselves are simply what you are convinced of. They are not
Yeah.
necessarily true and not necessarily false, but you have been convinced of them. But the choice that we have is in what information we will readily allow ourselves to have access to. So it's kind of like
Right.
I
Or like
choose not to
how
read
like
these
we
books
deal with
exactly.
the
Yeah.
right.
So
How
bingo.
like I think what's actually really more important than this like very scientific way of looking at it is raising your emotional intelligence. And I know that's like a
Empathy's
bit vague.
empathy's a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not just empathy. It's literally just being able to like recognize cognitive dissonance in yourself. Because the most obnoxious people I know to talk to are like people that are incredibly sure of themselves or get upset at you for having a different narrative, but aren't willing to like grapple with it themselves, really, have that emotional nuance. I think that's like really underestimated in philosophy in general. And that's why I'm really interested in like postmodernists and all that stuff.
Interesting. I guess
You know?
I mean I think I've talked enough about it. I myself I can simply say that I view postmodernism as kind of like a an overcorrection from modernism. And but that's just my personal opinion on that. It's like if philosophy is a
Mm,
highway and we're careening down that highway, and then like that we were drifting too far with modernism, like postmodernism is an almost like overcorrection to the other side. This is my personal take. Earl, do you have anything over
I personally absolutely hate postmodernist philosophy.
yeah, I
I
think
think it's the
postmodernism gets a bad rap. I get
uh,
why though.
well, for good reason. It's fucking useless.
Mm,
I believe that words have meaning, and that when you start redefining things to suit whatever your goal is, I find that frustrating and um,
right.
it,
Well, I
yeah,
mean, I don't look. I do acknowledge my father is like a anthropologist, and so I've had discussions with him quite often like this because anthropology is kind of I don't want to use loaded language, but I'm going to do anyways. It's kind of infected with this
hmm
moral subjectivity, this truth subjectivity.
yeah,
Uh, because as an anthropologist, your place isn't really to judge, right? It's to observe and understand, which I think is very valuable. But I'm far more into philosophy, right? So
hmm
and the reason I bring this up is because even though I acknowledge the relativity of truth, I'm not going to like deny objectivity, right? In the like material sense of the way. But what I am going to push back on is this idea that like words have meaning. And I know that's kind of a silly thing to push back on, but words are so defined by their cultural context. Even in the way you listen to people talk, right? Like the Unabomber was able to be arrested because his brother recognized the unique way that he interpreted his words. He gave meaning to his words and expressed it. So I do think even if like it is an annoying problem, and that's why I'm so interested in postmodernism, like intelligent postmodernism, not just ones that throws their hand up and says everything is subjective, is
Mhm.
then, for example, if we have readings of the Bible, that's going to be inherently interpretative, right? But you're going to have some grounding. I would say there are better readings of the Bible and there are worse readings of the Bible, but there isn't one correct way of reading the Bible. Do you get why I would push back on that a little?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely room for interpretation of things. I guess I draw the line at um, everything seems to be sort of I don't know if this is a word, but solipsistic.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, that's dumb.
it's yeah, it's that's where postmodernism it completely loses me at that point.
Right. But I think like very little postmodernism is actually like that. I think that's what people think postmodernism is.
I think that in the greater context of just a layman talking about it, that's often how postmodernism
Yeah,
is.
but like a
That
layman talking
most
about what
people do
different.
not get into the nuance of postmodernist thought. They just do the oh well, is that really what this means? It's yeah, it's
Sure, and that's
for a
why like
layman, it's yeah.
when
Sorry,
I
go
have
ahead.
a philosophical discussion with my father, who has like a PhD in linguistics, he knows his shit, right? But when I talking about him with veganism, he'll just kind of appeal to like, well, these are just value judgments, and it's like, yeah, boring. That's just a boring conversation because we still are stuck with making value judgments, and you can talk about them, right? There are good
Mhm.
reasons and bad reasons for them. But yeah, like most people have terrible views of philosophy. Most people, when you say I'm a philosopher, think you sit in your room all day, you jerk off into like Platonic syllogisms or something, right?
Right, yeah, a lot of
I'm
navel gazing.
I'm trying not to crack up because there are some people I envision do that. Like, I just like I have like you said that and like there were names that popped in my head. I bet that person does exactly that. I'm
Yep,
Yeah,
sorry.
and so I
mental
do think
masturbation.
so. I and that's the thing. I am a postmodernism, but I'm like agreeing with you here. So that's what I'm interested. What I just want to do is like
So you're
present it in such
reasonable.
a way. Sorry.
So you're reasonable.
Yeah, the reason isn't some. I don't have some dogmatic rejection of reason, right? I can do
Yeah.
math in my head and like do grocery shopping. It's just that there are limits to reason, right? And we have
why
this
Mhm.
very Western tradition of appealing to Platonism and the essence of things and the ultimate truth. And I'm just more interested in what Nietzsche has to say and stuff, right?
Yeah,
I just think
yeah.
that's more true, ironically.
when you say I keep getting this feeling that when you say intellectual postmodernism, I just
Yeah.
get the sense of like I get a sense of like hardcore, like I would say of like intellectually honest modernism, because it's
Right.
it's almost like it's almost like right there in the gap. It's like if you take modernism to like its most extreme, okay, but you still hold to those tenets, then you could say you're an intellectually honest postmodernist because you're not willing to take it to the extremes that postmodernism do. So
Yeah, and
yeah,
I think postmodernism, like, let's not make the mistake of equivocation here. Postmodernism is just going to be a buzzword. It's associated with relativity, right? With dumb relativity, and that's just there's more to it than that.
well, I wouldn't say dumb relativism. I would say extreme skepticism. To that, it's
Sure.
like and,
Yeah.
and recognizing if you take it to its most, like I think to the reductio,
Mm.
ultimately it's going to be what can you actually know. But then again, that ignores certain tenets in analytical philosophy, like Wittgenstein, that points out that these things don't need to be absolutes, and
Yeah.
so that's an
And
important
so
that's an
I'm a
important
very
aspect. Exactly.
Wittgenstein in
Yeah.
that way.
Right.
I'm
And
very Wittgensteinian in that way.
I'm big, and a big Wittgenstein fan since I read his work, and I realized that anybody who pushes presuppositional apologetics has not read Wittgenstein. So I'm just going to say
Yeah.
that straight out. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I guess I'm a postmodernist in that tradition. How do you intelligently deal with that problem? Because once you open up that Pandora's box, it is really interesting, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that's all. I mean, that's
That's
what I believe. That's pretty much it. I'm a vegan, I guess. I have like morals. I try to be nice to people. But yeah, I think that's because those are like the best values I've rationally come to, but also emotionally come to. Um, And I can't really convince dart dogging to become a vegan. There's no like rational argument. There's no rational argument I can produce, right?
No, that man loves his egg salad way too much.
I bet he's stinky. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oy.
But yeah, I feel like I gave you a pretty good overview. I don't really want to ramble too much about my life. Can we leave it at that, maybe?
Yeah, all good. Appreciate you popping in. Definitely, I love exploring this stuff, and definitely, I mean, we could have a chat all day long on the differences between analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. So, I'm big fan of analytical philosophy.
Before we get into the weeds, I just want to give other people a chance.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Dogmatist. Thank you very much.
Yeah, always nice to
Thank
talk to
you.
you. Gail, have a nice day.
You as well, man.
Bye.
Nice, intellectually stimulating way to kick off the stage. Fantastic.
Agreed.
All right. So I see Reverse. I see you got your hand up. But because we've spoken so often in the past, I want to give some new people an opportunity. So keep your hand up, bud. We'll get there. Solid Panda has their hand up. Let's invite Solid Panda up to the stage.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Ooh.
we've got you.
Yes.
All right. How are you doing today? I hope you all don't mind me asking, first and foremost.
Oh, yeah, doing fantastic.
Great. So I wanted to come up here and discuss something that's been bogging my mind, particularly as someone who is theistic to a degree and does follow Judaism, grew up in a Christian environment. And what I wanted to come up here and stand for is that religion does not determine the morality of a person. You can be religious and immoral or even amoral. Like you can walk that gray line and just not really show a true common sense of morality, kind of like what the previous person was talking about, where it's like people will believe one thing and then like say the complete opposite. It's complete hypocrisy.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, ditto.
I really do see it a lot, though, in my side of the religious corner with the Zionist movement, unfortunately. But I firmly believe that, like, the Zionist movement being labeled a religious movement is inherently incorrect because of the fact of its origins being more so based around philosophy or even the politics of a Jewish nationalist state. And I find it really interesting too how even though they may speak on the values of Judaism and codify it into law, they may themselves actually just not believe it. And as a result, I feel like it's really on par that a lot of the evangelist community here in the United States would support them.
Well, they support the Zionist movement because it gets the Jews out of the country. It's purely racist.
It fulfills their self-fulfilled prophecy in a lot of ways too, where
Yes,
it creates a lot of the problems that they would like to believe. It's kind of just self-made inherently.
Mm-hmm.
I myself, I honestly, given the obviously the craziness that's going on in the Middle East in that particular area, I try to look at it from the most pragmatic position as possible, and so I don't have that much of an opinion when it comes to these things. I'm familiar with the racist aspects to it. I'm also familiar with the geopolitical aspects to it, going all the way back post World War II, and so knowing all of the players that are involved and what's going on, the only thing that my only takeaway is we have a whole bunch of people that are unwilling to see things for how they are because they want to interpret them for what they want them to be. And so I just see a whole lot of intractable positions that are intractable because people choose to make them intractable. And they'll find any way that they can to justify that position and to push that, and as even if it's something as insane and silly as racism. So I don't really have much as far as like solutions in that, and I don't really to be perfectly honest, I don't care that much. Not only because it doesn't really directly affect me, but because eventually the truth of these scenarios will come out. The truth will eventually come out. Like what's going on and what went down, and eventually there will be a conclude. There will be a solution somehow, and what that is, I don't really have a voice in that. So, but I do recognize atrocities when I see them, and I try to call those atrocities out when I see them. So
that's kind of mirrors the sentiment my mother raised me around, which was no matter what trouble like you're seeing in the world or in your life, no matter which side you're looking at, you always kind of have to look straight down the middle to find the truth and actually discern who's telling more of the truth or not, because I don't believe in inherent morality. People are both right and wrong by nature, and I think that simple acknowledgement of everybody's fallacy, including myself, would be the way forward, and possibly incorporating moral teachings into schools or philosophical classes about acknowledging your own fallacy and not being so smart that you think you know everything would be the way forward. But like the world does have a problem with cognitive dissonance in general. So
I'll agree with
I mean, who
that.
am I to
Yeah.
say?
Yeah, I would say, and I think I don't want to speak for Earl in that, but I think that we see that all the time. Is that instead of dealing with cognitive, see, because when dealing with cognitive dissonance, you got two options: you either address it or you ignore it, or you find a way to you ignore it by finding a way to argue around it. And I see that a lot, and because oftentimes the way I see it, oftentimes dealing with cognitive dissonance means reconciling a change in your position, because obviously there's an issue somewhere in how either you're perceiving things or what's being presented to you. So in order to you have to deal with that, but if you're so interested in simply holding, or this is what I find, that if what a person believes is so ingrained into their identity that they are unwilling to address the possibility that they are wrong, then they will do whatever they can to argue their way around that to avoid the pain of that cognitive dissonance. And it's such an ingrained mentality in our species, or I would say in many, many cultures, that to be wrong is a weakness. And so if you're wrong about something, you're in the weaker position, when in actuality, you're actually in the strongest position because it means you can learn more. But we are so fundamentally twisted in that sense that we have people willing to endure the pain of cognitive dissonance, to ignore information coming from any source that challenges them, and basically they'll sit in their cave, you know? They'll sit in their cave,
Well,
content with the shadows, staring at the wall, and not concern themselves with how they could be wrong. So I see. I mean, that goes all the way back to Plato.
and that's another thing I believe too. One of the hardest things to admit is that you are wrong, especially in the modern era. It seems because it seems like no matter what, even if you do admit that you're wrong, people will hold it against you to a degree, you know, and
Well,
that's a problem.
yeah,
That's the kit that kept me in the alt-right pipeline for the longest time. I got sucked in there back when Gamergate started, and thankfully I made my way out. But like the amount of cognitive dissonance, including my own, was what pushed me out of conservative thinking as a whole. Although it's really weird because I seem to have gotten more leftist as time has gone on. But it's weird because I've also gotten slightly more conservative to a degree, depending on like what I've witnessed in the world and from others in terms of their behaviors or the things I learn, you know?
right.
Learning in life is a constant path. I've come to find out it's best to hold yourself to not just one truth, but the possibility that your truth could evolve. And I think that's where admitting you're wrong can be a really difficult thing because you don't have to be wrong. It's okay to hold what you believe. But the question that determines whether that is right or wrong is whether or not you're allowing those beliefs to evolve.
And I think also, I myself would go one step further. That if someone is wrong, if someone finds out that they're wrong, the whole point is to avoid spreading that incorrect knowledge or those unjustified conclusions, spreading those to other people, because then it's being deliberate. So I mean, that's
It's
just
best to
my
think before you speak, you know?
yeah,
You
exactly.
gotta.
And Aaron Race brings up in my live chat. Aaron Race says humans fear to admit a lack of knowledge because we tend to confuse confidence for competence. Agree. That's also another big failing that that people need to, I guess, a tendency I think that people need to be aware of. Agreed.
Yes, the ego, one's biggest enemy.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I do appreciate it, Panda.
I want to leave some room for other people, though. So I was actually just going to call it there,
Awesome. Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Oh, of
much.
course. It's a pleasure.
All right, buddy.
Thank
Have a
you.
great rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Let's see. Who else do we have? I see Leslie with her hand up. Remember, if you would like to speak, be sure to get your hand up and just hit the little button that says put your hand up. We'll put you in the queue and we will get to you as quickly as we can. So we like to give our speakers plenty of time. Leslie, let's go ahead and bring you up to the stage.
Sorry, muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is the first time I've been here.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yes, love seeing new people up on the stage. What do you got for us today?
Well, gosh, I have 4 different things that came up, and you can choose which one. I think cognitive dissonance is necessary and okay. I think dogma is not the most dogmatic stance. I think introspection and safety, which we don't talk about much, is extremely important in finding quote unquote truth. And I think knowledge needs to be redefined to different types of knowledge. In terms of quantifiable knowledge, sure, we can have an objective stance, but most of the knowledge that we call knowledge is something different. I do believe definitions make a great deal of difference. So those are my my throw up of the morning.
Well, I agree. I agree.
Oh, I'm a theist.
Do what? Say again.
I'm a theist. I'm a theist, even though I agree with most of what CO Meth said.
Okay, so
that's his name.
Well, we can actually start from there. So, if you don't mind my asking, are you a Christian or particular any other faith? Christian, and would you say Protestant, Catholic, or
a Protestant
and non-denominational, or do you hold to any particular denomination?
Non-denominational,
but
Protestant non-denominational, whatever that means. Yeah,
I gotta say, I'm seeing a bigger rise. I'm seeing a rise in non-denom Christians. I really do. I think that awareness of the various failings of particular denominations, I think people are becoming more aware of that, and so I see I'm seeing the shift. It might be just me in my little microcosm because I tend to interact with non-denoms more often than I deal with anybody else. So if I may ask, what is it that, I mean, this is the general purpose of the stage, if you believe that a God exists. So what is it that what is it that I guess convinced you that a God exists, or why do you believe a God exists?
Well, I mean, it's a big question. I don't really believe in sound bites. So I'll give you some categories that influenced me. I did not grow up religious or Christian. I came to the faith afterwards, and I did that by looking around at the problems in the world. And we have 2 basic problems. One is you love is going to die. And we're just not that great of a species. Right now there are children starving to death and we're not doing anything about it. We might be trying, but not much. And we could solve that problem and we're not. And so the problem is, okay, so we look at that and we go, okay, we need help. And my premise was when I started looking at this, well, is there external help? Is there a God? And so I knew that it was a problem I could not figure out by myself. I'm just not that smart, or I'm not that unbiased, or I don't know what the word is. I'm just not that. And so I looked around in history and philosophies and looked for somebody who claimed to know. And that's how I started. And then I went down that track. But, it's been 25 years for me walking in this walk. So my reasons now are very different than my reasons when I started. I think that's a problem sometimes atheists and other people don't get, is when you ask somebody their reasons for becoming, and I'll just speak Christianity because I don't know, I can't speak for others, is they think somebody should come up with an immediate set of reasons, but to be honest, they change over time. And the original reasons are not. It's like being married. The original reasons you got married are different than the reason you stay married.
Well,
So.
Okay, so first and foremost, the primary reason that the vast majority of atheists, when they ask that question, they're expecting an answer back, obviously, is 1 Peter 3:15, is because the Christian should be prepared to have a defense for the hope that is within them, or to defend what they believe. So to have a reason for why they believe, and a little bit of pushback on that. I've been married for 20 years. And the reason I got married is the same reason I stay married, is because I am head over heels in love with my wife. So, and it just that doesn't change. I mean, that's just me. So I know that that's not the same for everybody. But in that respect, when we're talking about that, when you mentioned the utility of these things, and I understand, I will be first in line to agree with you that yes, religious ideology does have social utility, and the social utility is that if you gather enough people underneath the banner of a singular belief, get them all believing the same thing, then you can motivate them. You can push them in a particular direction. It becomes more efficient to accomplish tasks. And of course, there's survival in numbers, because if you get a whole bunch of people believing the same thing, they'll all defend each other in that belief and everything. So, yes, from a social perspective, organizing, accomplishing goals, defense, survival in numbers, yes, there is social survival utility in religious ideology. But obviously, the utility of a thing doesn't tell us anything about that thing being true in and of itself, like what the claims are. Because everything that you mentioned, feeding people, saving children, alleviating suffering around the world, those are all focuses of like humanists. Okay, humanists and secularists. So those things can be accomplished and don't require a god to make them happen. So,
well, I might argue with that one, but let's back up a second. We do look at the consequences of something to tell whether it's true or not. I mean, for example, a big argument against God is, look, the world has a lot of pain, so therefore there is no God. Why would there be so much pain in the world? So we do look at our world and our situation and go, okay, what would lead to this type of situation? So I think it's valid to say, okay, we're in a situation, and what factors contributed to it? How did we get here? I mean, that's where we start. And again, I said that's where I start, and today I would say the reason. And again, it's a big question. I don't think it's an easy question. A simple question is it works, and that's its utility. It helps in times of stress and in times of goodness. It just works in those situations. Not without trial. Life is hard either way. 2, I've had experiences with God. And then 3, the people I've met are the smartest, emotionally intelligent people I've encountered who have this perspective. Not all of them by any means, but those are the people who I've been able to respect and go, okay, there's a group of people who walk this out in a way that has such integrity and
okay.
And
So to look at those 3 things that you got, and I'm gonna let Earl jump into this. So just to make sure that we're on the same page, the 3 things that you mentioned there is the utility of, you mentioned like the existence of evil, which essentially would be the problem of evil, which needs to be sussed out, because the Epicurean trilemma goes a little further than that, and so that needs to be sussed out. Then you referenced personal experiences, like situations that you yourself have interpreted as being an interaction with a god, and the appeals of other people, like other people's testimony to you. So those are the 3 things that you mentioned right there.
No, not their testimony. Their life, how they live life, how they explain life.
So technically, but that would be okay. So in that sense, not what they're saying to you, but you've seen the effects of believers.
Observation.
Exactly. You've observed how those effects have the effect of believing in a God on their own personal lives. Okay. So basically, other people's experiences, your own personal experiences, and the problem of evil. Okay. So I'm going to let Earl jump in here and tackle one of those. Which one you want to look at?
Well, it was the third one that now that she's kind of clarified that third point. It was sounding like um, oh, all these other people are living in a way that I prefer, so therefore this is right. That's how it sounded initially, but um, which is a silly argument. But um, no, go ahead, JL. I don't have much to add.
Okay, so like I think the biggest one that I wanted the biggest one that pointed out to me, because we can get to personal experience and the experiences of other people. We can get to those in a moment. Those are a little bit easier, but the more problematic one here is when you reference the problem of evil. So the issue being is that if you're looking at the problem of evil from like the Epicurean standpoint, or as David Hume or as Hume pointed out, it's like the problem is that it's not that the problem of evil says that a God does not exist. It's that the problem of evil is indicating that there is an inconsistency with a God defined in a very specific way.
Right.
Okay, so it is very possible, it's logically possible that there could be an evil God, and that is the reason why evil exists. So, and this notion goes all the way back to Hinduism. In the Vedas, there was I can't remember the book specifically, and I couldn't even. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But there was a passage in one of the Vedas in which it was pointed out that if the statement made is, if a God exists, then simply by looking at the world, one could only conclude that this God is evil. So the idea was that anything that could create the world as it is could create that world in any logically possible way. So as long as the world is logically possible, the entity can make it that way. And that means that anything that exists in the world exists because the entity wants it to exist. If the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes exist, those conditions only exist because the God wants them to exist. Therefore, the God cannot be good because it wants evil. Okay? So this only gets you away from like the all-loving God. That's the only issue there.
Omni-God.
Yeah. So
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The problem with that argument is the argument itself is subject to what that God wants. So if you're postulating an all-powerful God that's evil, then you can't even trust your own assessment of what's evil, because you're using the tools that God gave you to figure it out. You're using your mind, you're using your logic, you're using the things you see around you. If a God is evil, you have nothing to stand on. Your whole premise is fall apart, because the instrument you're using could be bad in and of itself.
Well, the definition doesn't have any, because it's arguing against a specific definition of a God. It doesn't say what the God's intentions are.
No, evil. Yes, it does.
Well, no. It's simply saying that the God cannot be all good or all loving. That's the whole point. The God could be complete.
Which means
the God could. Hang on. No, the God could be completely amoral. It could literally be that it has no You could literally argue for like just standard deism there, that the entity literally has just literally kicked the football in the universe and then walked away, and that evil. It's not really evil. It's just there is positive and negative. There's interactions in the world. It's just nature in and of itself.
That was deism.
So that's deism. But that's basically an amoral God, not an immoral God, but an amoral God, a God that has no morality, no skin in the game whatsoever, and that what we're interpreting as evil, is just the things that we don't like. So
yeah, I get that.
The whole point of this, and where I like to take it, because I think and I've got my own version of the Epicurean trilemma that I run down, and it's really, really simple. If God is defined a particular way, and that is, if the God is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent, okay, the classical like all powerful God. If this God exists and nothing exists external of it, okay, then there is nothing that dictates what the God must or must not necessarily do. That means that anything that the God does, it does solely because the God wants it, what he wants to do it. It doesn't do it because it has to. It does it because it wants to. All right? Which means that anything that exists Anything that exists external of itself only exists because it wants it to exist. Cool. Okay, so, but that means that any logically possible system that exists and any moral frameworks or any any conditions that allow for any particular outcomes within that system, those all exist subjectively and arbitrarily. They're subjective because they're dependent upon the mind of the god to exist, and they are arbitrary because they don't exist for any particular reason, solely because the god wants them to exist. All right, which means what this entails is that the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes, because evil doesn't happen in a vacuum. Okay, so the conditions that allow for the outcome, for the logical possibility of evil outcomes, those conditions only exist because the god wants them to exist. They don't necessarily have to exist, and you don't need them to exist. They're not a precursor for free will. If you want your agents to have free will, you only need to have multiple instances of good to choose. You don't need evil to offset anything. So the existence of evil is subjective and arbitrary. It's not logically necessitated by anything, but the conditions still exist. So then the question becomes, why do they exist? Well, they exist because the god wants them to. And any god that would desire the logical possibility of evil cannot definitionally be omnibenevolent.
Yeah, I don't find that compelling, and we can talk about it, but I thought we were going to talk about my reasons.
Well, yeah, but that goes down those lines. It's
a big topic, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to talk about all that. I can if I can struggle with it, but
well, no,
I just
it's
don't find
okay.
it all that.
Just to, I mean, I broke down how I broke down the logical.
I know.
I broke down the logical string for you.
Quite a while.
I broke down the logical string for you. You can go back and listen to it on replay if you want to check that out. As far as the problem is that I wanted to dive on that because as far as your personal experiences and as far as the experiences of others, those are far more easier to break down. And the only thing I would have to point out is that there exists no mechanism for you to differentiate between an actual interaction with a god and a phenomena that you anticipate being the interaction of a god. If you have convinced yourself that
I agree. Actually.
Yeah. So exactly. So you're with me on that one, right?
There's no. I do not necessarily have proof there's a god. I have experience that leads me to that direction. I would argue, though, that there's kind of a disconnect between what we evaluate as we put religion in a different category than we put everything else in life. I don't know much of anything in life. I'm barely figuring anything out, and I'm guessing the whole way. So I think it's a little different than just saying you don't have proof for that, therefore it's not true. There's a variety. See, that goes back to the definition of knowledge and what I brought up in that first list.
Well, how about this?
Different types of knowledge.
How are you defining knowledge? I'm kind of curious because there is a philosophical definition for what knowledge is. So
I know, justify true beliefs.
Not necessarily, because Gettier cases going on along those lines. I don't hold to JTB being an absolute. So, but the way I define knowledge is literally the facts of the things that have been determined to be facts. So because facts are that which are true. So knowledge is essentially the collection of things that we know to be true, and truth is that which corresponds with reality.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm not sure what's different than justified true beliefs, but
okay. So because justification is different in the respect that you could have a justified true belief in that it does correspond with reality, but the problem is that there are propositions that don't necessarily correspond with the reality, but they correspond with your subjective internal experience. And so therefore you can derive your justification and therefore your certitude from that. Okay, but when you try to go outside of that, that's when things begin to fall apart. So a person can feel that they are justified, even though they may not be justified, and even though there may not be, evidence indicating why, pointing out why they're not justified. Justification is very, very tricky in that respect, which is why I don't like going straight to JTB. Okay, I think JTB overcomplicates things, and that's why Gettier cases, they show how it doesn't always follow through. Okay. So it's all
Yeah, I
about
get it.
justification and certitude is what that's about. And so if we take the really
Yep.
simple thing,
Yep.
it's like, what is knowledge? Knowledge of the things that you know are the things you know to be true because those things have been confirmed to correspond with what we observe to be mind independent reality. Okay, very, very simple.
Mind independent reality. That's a hard one.
Well, it just
Because
means
we're not
it
really
means
sure about that.
well, yeah, it just means that those things that
Just
we have probabilistically confirmed to be true, regardless of the input of our minds.
right.
I know.
Judge it.
Yeah. And so we're not going to be able to unpack our entire worldviews and philosophy about every topic here. So mine has a lot to do with the subjectivity of experiences. Is we all have our own experiences and we all define things in the same way. I work in NLU, natural language understanding, and in my world, that's English, that's Spanish, that's the language we speak, as opposed to mathematics, which is a language, as opposed to computer language, as opposed to some other type of language. And the precision is extremely vague in language, and even in our conversations like this, the primary outcome is social. It's not a precision, and the conclusions we come to, and even the beliefs we come to, tend to be social beliefs. That's why I like the first guy. Is he acknowledged that he came to a different conclusion than I did, personally, but it we can argue logically about these things, and we can, but it takes a long, long time to get our all the different definitions in order, all the different philosophies in order, to be able to have an intelligent conversation. Otherwise, we're just being superficial. That's my sense on that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Go ahead, Earl. Did you?
No.
I just want to make sure
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
mean,
jump on you. Oh, and by the way,
no,
the camera setting is a role permission that's allowed in the channel in and of itself. That's why it won't allow you. It's not something that I can control. So you have to be a member of the server long enough in order to unlock that feature. So I apologize about that.
Well, I have been for a long time. Okay, never mind.
Oh, it's odd because it doesn't because it's not saying where I can turn mine on, and the literally the button is down there at the bottom of the screen which says turn on camera.
Yeah, it says you can't stream it into this channel. I just needed to know whether or not
it might be because you're not a moderator. That might be the issue.
Oh.
And that takes a server mod to make you a moderator in the channel. So Taco would have to do that for you because like he put the little star up on my name. So sorry about that, Leslie. Just a little housekeeping right there.
Housekeeping, yeah.
So
sorry.
So in essence, where I start from, okay, is that yes, we have internal subjective experiences, and that those internal subjective experiences are how we interface with what we would describe to be objective reality. But because we are grounded in our internal subjective experiences, there's no way for us to determine, like, if we had access to objective reality, what we would call objective reality or absolute truth, by virtue of those subjective experiences, we would never be able to know if we did. Like currently, we can't know if we have access to that because we have no way to divest ourselves from our frame of reference. We're kind of stuck there right now. Maybe one day in the future we will, but right now we can't. So so all we can do is we can take our subjective internal experience, we can test things, we can try and make predictions, we can develop predictive models and explanatory models, and then we can cross-reference our experiences with the experiences of other people, try to be as objective as possible, develop methodologies that eliminate bias, and we can try to come to the probabilistic conclusions that are the most probable. We try to increase that probability to a point of certitude where it would be irrational to deny that. Like, that's what we call theories. Okay, the theories that we establish that explain things, that explain the hows of things, those theories are irrefutable to the point that we would need more information, we'd need more evidence to refute them. It would be irrational to, like, the germ theory of disease, theory of the atomic theory of matter, theory of quantum electrodynamics, all of this stuff, the theory of evolution, theory of gravity. The whole point of these is that the certitude on them is so high, it would be completely irrational for you to deny them or to question them at all. Now, That doesn't mean that we don't stop poking at them with sticks. We try to poke them, try to figure out if there's better explanations. So we'll constantly test, okay? But the whole point is we know where we have a starting point, and we have these methodologies developed. The problem is where you're coming from. There's no methodology that exists for you to divest yourself from your confirmation bias, from what you expect to see, because you already believe it to be possible, or you believe it to be true. Okay, so even if you start with the position that yes, a God exists, then any information you get after the fact will be interpreted through the lens of that prior held belief.
So I get what you're saying, but you said about 12 things there that I might take issue with. So again, we can't have a conversation where, at least I'm not sure it's valuable, where a bunch of different things are postulated and we have to go through each one. If we're going to have a philosophical discussion, it takes hours and hours and some grounding.
Not so much. I mean, it all comes down to it all comes down to justification. And so, if you believe a thing is true, obviously, I can ask you a simple question. If you
hold on,
if a person
in the real world, in the real world, justification is not logical. We make our decisions and we make our beliefs formed on our experience, on intuition, on our desires, on what our peers thinks, and what authority thinks.
No,
those are the factors that go into any decision, any big.
That's not true. That's not true at all. That may be how the vast majority of people operate, but that would certainly explain why we see the myriad problems that we have in today's society. Okay, because people are not approaching this correctly with the correct information. The point is, justification is like very simple question. If I come to you and I claim X is true, I come to you and I say, I have this experience, therefore X is true. Does it follow, just by virtue of what I told you, that X is true?
No.
There you go.
No.
Okay, there you go.
But what does follow is that you think X is true, and I would judge it by you, actually.
But
what do I know of you?
Yeah, but what I think is irrelevant. But that's the problem. What I think is irrelevant. I think X is true is completely irrelevant. The whole point is, can X be demonstrated to be true? Okay? Because just because I think it's true doesn't mean that it is. It doesn't logically follow that it is. It means that I'm having an experience that I am interpreting in a way that is concluding that X is true. So if you can't determine that X is true independent of my mind, then obviously there's some breakpoint in where either it's my interpretation or it's the information that's being presented to me. So either way, there's a failing somewhere in that. And so if we can't acknowledge that, that's the problem. And so if I say, I believe God exists, and the reason I believe God exists is because when I started believing in God, my life took a shift towards the positive. Okay. Well,
let me give you an example. Suppose you go into a forest and you meet an alien, and that alien there was not tracked on they've got some kind of technology, whatever. You met that alien, he talked to you, and then you leave the forest. Just because somebody else says you can't convince them that there was an alien doesn't mean there wasn't.
True. Yeah, you are correct. You are correct. Just because I could have met an alien myself, and then I could have gone and claimed I met an alien, it doesn't. There's no reason for anybody to believe that. That's true. But the problem is that I should not have the expectation that anyone should believe me unless I have evidence to present that would literally support my claim. Because the burden of proof, because the burden of proof is that now. But there's the problem. Okay, so what is the quality of the evidence is the issue. And we have to look at the quality of the evidence, because a person making a claim, that's anecdote. And sometimes it's even hearsay because it's somebody else making a claim that someone else claimed. So, and the plural, like so often, like Matt Dillahunt, you like to say, like the plural of anecdote is not evidence. It doesn't matter how many people think it's true. Okay. It's not. I don't care that there were 1,000 people there at Fatima. That was a well-explained atmospheric phenomenon. Okay.
Hold on. We do give credence to a belief that has more people believing it.
No, we
Right?
don't.
So
No,
that's
we
why.
don't.
Oh,
We don't.
hold on. Can I finish my sentence? So, for example, the flying spaghetti monster. There's nobody who believes that. And you might say it's illogical, but nobody believes it, so we don't have to entertain it. We can entertain it as a thought experiment, but we do give some credence. We definitely give credence to what our culture tells us is we were born into a world where our culture postulates certain things, and we take most of them for granted, never even explore them. So that doesn't mean it's true. But we do give credence to that, and we certainly give credence to the amount of quote unquote experts who define a certain way, define reality a certain way in their fields, right? Whatever who you ever think the experts are.
Yeah, but
The preponderance of experts determines whether you'll examine something.
that's not true. That's not true either. Okay, that the vast majority of people operate in this inappropriate way is literally that you're identifying the problem, not the solution. Okay, the issue is that
you haven't convinced me that there is a problem yet.
Well, the problem is that people are believing things that are not that cannot be demonstrated to be true, are either completely unfalsifiable,
and why is that a problem?
or they are
maybe that's a function of reality. Earlier, somebody said truth is a function of evolution, and I don't necessarily see that as true.
I said that. That's evolution. Well, hang on a second, Leslie. I said that that evolution truth tracks to a degree, because if evolution resulted in entities or it resulted in organisms that could not coherently navigate their environments. In other words, they could not operate by recognizing that which was true about their environment in order to survive, then those organisms would not survive. So to a degree, evolution truth tracks.
We talked about the Gettier problem earlier. So you don't necessarily have to have the right reasons. You can have wrong reasons to track with reality.
But we can identify, you just pointed it out, we can identify what are the wrong reasons. And the wrong reasons lead to inappropriate conclusions. And as my own personal channel, irrational beliefs often lead to irrational behavior. That's the key. Okay? And
that's an interesting statement.
They do. Irrational beliefs often lead to irrational, because irrational beliefs, in order to defend them, a person must act irrationally.
No, I don't think so. I don't know. It depends. It's too abstract for me, actually. It's too abstract. I'd have to think about it. I don't know. It's the first time I've heard that.
Earl, do you have anything on this? I've been going a mile a minute. Oh, we kind of got your sound there.
Well, I think I'm going to go.
Okay, not a problem.
Good luck.
Some things to think about there, but yeah, if you want to check this out on the replay, then feel free. Just recognize like a friend of mine in the live chat, Aaron Reese, pointed out, just make sure that we're recognizing appeals to popularity, make sure that we're recognizing appeals to consequence. So because appeals to consequence are major in that. So yeah, but thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah. So just a quick note: I'm part of the street epistemology group, and I think it has a better method of doing these things. Just FYI.
I'm familiar with how they approach it. My approach is a little bit more aggressive. I agree, but everyone's got their own style. So, like I said, it's I honestly like these conversations are more for the audience than they are for the individual that I'm interacting with. But I pose.
There you go.
I pose the
logic.
Yeah, I pose the logical string. I pose how my logic follows, and if my logic doesn't follow, then someone can definitely point that out to me. But otherwise, it's there for you to digest and take in.
Right. Well, yeah. And these conversations take time and digging down, and I find superficial kind of, this is right, this is wrong, not to be all that helpful myself.
Well, I'm not. I myself, like I said, it's a personal thing. I'm not one for hand holding. Personally, I think I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt. I think people are often smarter than a lot of people give them credit for, and so if we have to barrel through the cognitive dissonance, then we will barrel through the cognitive dissonance. So,
but didn't we earlier say that it needs to be okay to be wrong? And if you want it to be okay to be wrong, you have to provide an environment that's not dictated by an audience and a bunch of people not being kind to one another. because that's gonna actually
Who's
people
not being kind?
actually. What?
Who's
That
not
was a
being
pure
kind?
choice of words. That was a poor choice of words. I'm just
Mhm.
saying, and again, I believe the social dynamics are much more powerful than the logical dynamics. People will adjust their logic and come up and look at the particular aspects they like according to the social dynamics. And so I think introspection is actually the first rule of philosophy, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. All right. We do
Okay,
appreciate it.
thanks.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
bye.
Maya Atkinson in my chat says like, Maya, I love you so much. Maya says,
That's
call her. I don't like your style, Jail. No, my style is fine.
yeah,
So
that's
thank
hysterical.
you, Maya. Yeah, that's pretty much
Perfect. Chef's
pretty much
kiss.
of it. Thank you so much. Oh man. All right. I see Anonymous has got their hand up. Let's go ahead and bring Anonymous up. And then I see Megalopoly is up as well. If we don't, and if we don't have, and if nobody else pops up reverse, we'll get to you. So Anonymous, good to see you. Got you muted, bud. You want to unmute?
Oh, hey, thanks. Hey, can you come back to me? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can come back to you. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Not a problem. All right, cool. See, easy peasy. We get right through them. All right, Megalopoly, you are invited to the stage. Am I getting messages there? Arming Uma says, God surely exists. Well, Arma, feel free to put your hand up because I would love to hear you. I'd love to hear you defend that because I don't see your hand up. So put your hand up on the stage if you have something to present. Megalo, your invitation is sent. If not, all right. Okay, so Megalo's not there, so we'll go ahead and dismiss that one. And Anonymous wanted to come back later, so Reverse, come on up to the stage. I've talked with Reverse many times. Reverse is a good dude.
Yeah.
Hello there, JL.
How's it
Hello
going there,
Earl.
Chief?
Hello.
It's going pretty well.
So what you got for us today?
I don't know. Or actually, I do. I just say that a lot. But I feel like it's something that we almost can't talk about. But like, you know about that weird fucking temple on Epstein's Island?
I
Vaguely.
don't know much about the scenario. Bigger and more shadier people than me, deal with that shit. I try not to speculate about things that I have very little information about.
We'd tell you about it, but then we'd have to kill you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to take the party line there, but yeah, if we divulge too much, we'll have to send the drone strikes to you. But no, I honestly I honestly have no idea. To be, I don't have it. Obviously I have a dog in some of those fights, but rich people gonna rich. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. That's all I've got from there.
Yeah, capitalism gonna capitalism.
Capitalism gonna capitalism. So when capitalism to its extreme is just turning people into numbers. People become commodities, and so it is the most at its most logical extreme. It is the most destructive force because it literally dehumanizes human beings. It takes people, turns them into numbers, and they can be quantified, they can be categorized, they can be objectified, and commodified, and that it reduces you. It takes the humanity out of being people. So that's why that's why I'm not. I don't like free range capitalism. That's my issue. But I'm going off into fucking politics and shit. But
what on the politics server? You naughty boy.
I know, right? I hate dialing because there is no grand solution. There isn't because every scenario is going to lead to someone getting the short end of the stick. Someone's going to get the short end. And because we are survival oriented organisms whose empathy rarely traverses our personal circles, and does not, rarely if ever transcends farther than our personal circles, you're never going to get you're never going to get everyone to agree to like global empathy. It's just not in us as a species. That's going to take another like few 100 million years of evolution in order to like develop to that point in my estimation. So there is no solution in and of itself. There's no one grand thing like this is the system that must be in place because this is the most fair. It ensures that that people pay their fair share and everyone gets what they need. I mean, we're talking like fucking Star Trek here. We're talking like post-scarcity utopian Star Trek.
Yeah.
So
I do have some ideas on that. Like, I don't know, a return to like, like the utopians like Charles Fourier.
maybe. I mean, the biggest way I see it is that it all comes down to resources. It's always a fight for resources. And the closest I think we could possibly get is post-scarcity. And so if we could ever get into a post-scarcity society where resources are never something that we are like where everything is taken care of, all of your basic needs are handled. You have a home, you have food, you have clean water, you have clean air. Everything you need to survive is completely and utterly taken care of. It costs you nothing. Okay? So you've got it all. So then if everything is taken care of, what is your focus from that point? Because you no longer have to focus on your survival. Okay, attaining stuff to make your life comfortable, or attaining stuff to do whatever. That's all taken care of. So what do you do with your time then? You don't need money because you don't need to buy anything. You've got everything you need, and you have access to anything that you want. Okay, so what do you want to do? And of course, we still have laws and legal systems so like this. We all don't hurt other people and shit like that. But what does your focus become? Your focus becomes that which drives you. And so,
yeah, and I was reading something in Andrew Yang's book. It was like a UBI that was based on a positive social credit rather than like a negative one. So instead of like being dinged for bad things, like say, hey, you read a book and like write a book report on it, or you log hours at the gym and you just log stuff that you do for self-improvement, and you get money for doing that. I think that would be pretty good. And I'm personally an advocate for like communism on like a smaller scale, like people banding together on a patch of land. And
don't know. I mean, I wish there was a solution. Wrote it in the last name does point out utopian post-scarcity Star Trek worldviews let you bang hot alien chicks. That's true. I agree with you, Rodent. They absolutely do. But Glober Mom points out, even in the world of Star Trek, there were dissenters. There were dissenters to the utopian society, and that people are always going to find a reason, because you can't. Not everyone can be. As far as we can tell, it just seems to be that not everybody can be equally happy across the board. But
humans are going to human.
Humans are going to human. That's what we're going to do. Even in Star Trek, there was Section 31. There's always going to be those that see whatever. But yeah, I wish there was
always got to be a contrarian.
Yep.
I've never heard of the Section 31.
Oh, that was the thing that came up. It was basically the Black Ops arm of the Federation. And essentially, it was imagine a group of Federation officers that have no rank and basically do black bag operations around the galaxy to secure the safety and security of the Federation so that everybody can live in their utopian paradise. Well, things have to be done in order to protect that. And those dark things are what Section 31 does. Completely off the books. Nobody knows about them. And those are the Black Ops guys who are making the ultimate sacrifice to make sure that you can enjoy the utopia that you enjoy.
Yeah, sounds like an edgy something from an edgier, newer series.
Yeah, that was DS9.
Oh yeah,
that was Deep Space Nine that introduced that. Yep.
Yeah, I really need to watch Deep Space Nine. So many people recommend it, but I don't know. It's like 20 episodes a season, an hour long.
Oh, it's so good.
And like
dude. So good.
But I've got Doctor Who to catch up on. They just released the new season of The Boys, and
Definitely.
all
right.
yeah.
But yeah,
All right.
Devi, yeah, get a chance to watch that if you can. There's some interesting stuff in there. But yeah, ultimately, I don't know if we'll ever figure out the solution, but I mean, that's kind of it. But we're gonna jump to if there's nothing else, we're gonna jump to the next person. Is that cool?
Oh yeah. Actually, yeah, I had something, but it's just another personal thing I even hesitate to talk about. So, all right. Have a good day. Nice
Okay.
talking to you as always.
Well, if you want to talk about it later, you feel free to put your hand back up. Sound good?
All right.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud. All right. Anonymous. Let's go and bring you up, see if enough time has passed.
Hi, how's it going? How
Going
you guys
good.
doing?
You good to go?
Hello.
Yes, I am ready with my thoughts. My thoughts are clear now.
What you got for us?
Well, here's how I want to frame it. You know, we live in a world where technology has greater influence in our lives. And as a consequence, it's making it possible where controlling a community, a nation, or the world can be exercised by just a few people. So rather than people as a collective deciding how we should run our country, I think we're probably experiencing moments where we can have things shoved down our throats by people who are powerful and have a lot of money. I kind of have, yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say Google's been doing that for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of makes me worry. You know, I kind of feel like there's people in some sort of control room where they just view humans as flock of sheep and make decisions solely by that point of view.
Well, I would definitely say that one of my big issues with today's society is that there are a lot of problems that we face globally. It just as a global society of humans, there are many problems that we face, and those problems are both at a local level and at a global level. And nowadays, instead of dealing with those problems and facing them and dealing with them head on, it has been, I would say, the ability for people to distract, to entertain, and by virtue of that entertainment, that being entertaining, distract people from those things. That has been commodified. So we're putting our resources into the wrong things. And I understand that this is not an original trope. This goes all the way back to ancient Rome. The purpose of the Colosseum was not to solve problems. The purpose of the Colosseum was to distract the mob from the real problems that exist. So
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. And that's exactly what we're doing now. Okay. Nowadays, you don't need to put, prisoners, like slaves or prisoners or Christians into a Colosseum and then throw tigers at them and run them around in chariots. Nowadays, you just need to pack them into a dark theater and give them hot people running around in costume and giant sky beams at the end of the movie. Okay. So there's a formula to this. You keep people distracted enough in order to ensure that they never really focus that hard on their problems, and then when they do have to deal with their problems, they are kind of like they don't view them as bad as they would be because they're entertained. Okay, when you're happy,
Or
problems don't seem
or they
so
invent a culture war issue that is completely distracting, makes absolutely no difference in our lives, and then they create a Colosseum like situation where we're arguing against each other about stupid culture war issues without actually talking about what's really important.
Right. It's like it comes down to it. A good example of this, a fantastic example of this, is someone was up here earlier and they brought up Zionism, the whole Zionism thing. That is a huge fucking topic on a lot of people, in a lot of people's mouths. The whole argument there. The problem is that whole thing distracts from the actual issue. The actual issue is two groups of people who believe that they have an ancient claim to a particular part of land on the earth. That's the problem. Okay?
Mhm.
Whether it's historical or whether it's, religious reasons, it doesn't matter. One group thinks that they are entitled to a piece of land. The other group believes that they are entitled to a piece of land. And that the fighting that goes into that is not just them fighting over it, but people outside of that argument influencing that fight in one way or the other. Okay? All of the bullshit that comes bullshit that comes out of that, whether people are appealing to like fucking conspiracies that go around that, or racism that goes around that, or whatever, all of that is distraction from the very simple fact you've got two groups of people who fundamentally hate each other because they're both fighting over the same fucking plot of land. It's really that simple. But how do you solve that? How do you solve that fight? Well, that seems insurmountable, okay, to try to get these two, ancient groups who are warring with each other. So it's easier to just distract people away from the bigger issue, keep them arguing about shit that's completely inconsequential, and then we never really have to deal with the big issue at hand. So long as the chaos is localized. And that's what we do. It's exactly what happened after 2008, after the 2008 housing crisis. What happened immediately after the 2008? Well, why did the 2008 housing crisis occur? Because banks got greedy. They took advantage of stupid people. That's what happened. Banks got greedy. There was no regulation. They screwed over stupid people. And then the housing market collapsed. So what did they do in the wake of that? Did they lock up bankers? Did they shut down banks? No, they didn't. They blamed poor people. They blamed people being stupid. Okay? When the system literally set up to make them that way. They distract from the real issues. That's the whole point. So in this society today, we have literally commoditized, we've made a commodity out of the ability to distract people from real issues.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I would like to put on my philosopher hat and just focus on three things that I feel like may be universal here. I think so. We are all individuals, and I think there are three tenets to being an individual that must not be overlooked, whatever the circumstances are. So the first tenet is the will to survive. I think anything that's alive is going to want to continue to survive, and there are many iterations like getting a job that helps you survive longer, preparing for retirement that also helps you survive longer, and eventually there comes a point
Depends
where
on the job.
yeah,
But yes.
well, as long as it pays you money.
I'm pretty sure
But
that mine is going to end me earlier.
but I think the will to survive evolves from just trying to survive as an individual, but continue your DNA or your genes onto the next generation. So it's like a transformation of survival into existence. You want your offspring to continue to exist, but I think it still falls in line with wanting to survive as well.
Well, I don't necessarily think that it has anything to do with offspring. I think it's just the next generation giving information to the next generation. Both JL and I are not having kids. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm just speaking to the masses. I know there's like individuals who
I know,
don't
but
have.
but on large and larger scales, lots of people are not having kids at a pretty good rate. So it's not necessarily an isolated issue.
And I wouldn't say it's an anti-natalist issue either, because I'm not anti-natalist. I'm just about that.
I am,
Okay,
but
and in that respect, I say that having children, like bringing human beings into this world, the first thing you have to remember is that when you bring a human being into this world, they're not consenting to being alive. So any of the experiences that they're going to initially encounter is not on them. It's on the people that brought them into the world. That the responsibility of doing that is so phenomenally enormous. Is like when people, if I think that if a lot of people in the world could recognize just how enormous the responsibility is for bringing a human being into the world, okay, then I think that's what, and right now, the reason birth rates are dropping off, the birth rates are slowing, is because it's not because
We
people
can't afford
recognize the
them.
responsibility. It's because the system in and of itself that we live in is making child rearing untenable.
Yeah, it's so expensive.
Right.
It's cost prohibitively expensive to have children right now.
Yeah, it goes along with the saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So
Yeah,
it
yeah,
does.
exactly. That was only my point, is that, you know, there are people who can have kids, and I think that it is, even though I'm not having children, I still think it's the responsibility of the previous generation to give them information at the very least. You know, set a good example, and um, do what you can to better your world, if not necessarily for them, but with them in mind.
Yeah, that's a good
Just to
perspective.
just a tweak to your point. But anyway, continue.
Okay, appreciate it. So that was my first tenet. Now it is possible for an individual to live their whole life alone, where the only thing they have to worry about is survival. But my next two tenets deal with the fact that we are social creatures.
Mhm.
So the second tenet is to understand unique point of view. Uh, and like you said, whenever you raise a child, you want to give them information. Most of us are living by other people's points of views. And I think it's every individual's job to understand if it conforms to your natural point of view. Are you straining yourself to meet other people's expectations? So to that, I say, let your voice be heard. And I think unique points of views are important towards making progress. Um, there's this saying that there's an echo chamber where you're just repeating things that everybody agrees upon, and then nothing unique comes out of that. And I think the perfect example of it is progress in physics. There hasn't been any major physics discovery in the last 60 years, and I think that's just an echo chamber. I think I'm talking specifically about quantum physics.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I would push back on that, because obviously the discovery of gravitational waves was pretty damn important.
I think a
Okay.
better example would be
Yeah.
churches.
Huh.
They
So
haven't had a new thought in a very long time.
yeah,
Yeah.
in quantum physics, just look at the things that we've been focusing on, like string theory and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. There hasn't been a major discovery. We haven't really come to a fundamental understanding of gravity. We're still trying to work around that, but I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It just seems like maybe we're just waiting on a different point of view that doesn't come from some educational background, but maybe something different. That's just an example. Maybe it wasn't a good one, but ultimately is to understand your point of view and make sure you're not straining yourself to meet other people's expectations, because the reason you have your point of view is because that's how you were born. That's how you were created.
I would say our point. Well, I would say it's because that's the way we're created. I mean, are you are you a theist in that respect? Because if you're a theist, I'd love to be able to jump on that.
I'm not trying to make this into a religious argument. I'm just trying to look at this.
Oh, but you opened the door.
I know.
Yeah,
But-
I got to confer with the judge. The judge, the witness opened the door. So,
well, let me finish my last point.
Okay.
Okay. So that was the second tenet. Advocate for your point of view. Just to keep it simple, I think whenever you're interacting with somebody, it's always a negotiation. Are you adopting their point of view? Are you advocating for your point of view, or do you guys meet in the middle or something like that? So it's always a constant negotiation. So the last tenet is, I think, is yes, we all want to survive. We all want to convey our point of views to others, but what are we doing with the rest of our time? I think humans have an emotional barometer that constantly keeps on updating every day. I like to think of human emotion like a sponge, like we're constantly soaking everything. And people who have had bad experiences in the past tend to mirror those experiences, and people who have had good experiences tend to mirror those experiences with others. And I know I'm being very simple here, but what I'm trying to point out is that we are a product of our experiences.
I would agree with that to an extent. I think ultimately, pardon me. I think if someone brings it up, Fenton Mully in My Life just says we seek truth, not a W, and I agree with that. And uh, truth is what's important, and truth is that which corresponds with reality, not corresponds with my preconceptions or my expectations or what I desire or my desires or my emotions, because it's recognizing that yes, while I'm an individual and I have my own point of view and I have my opinions on things and I acknowledge that which is true, but acknowledging that which is true independent of what I may think. So that's the goal. That's my goal, and I think should ostensibly be the goal of everybody that is seeking truth is what it is. Now we could break down, the different theories of truth, whether it's correspondence or it's coherence or it's pragmatic or it's redundant or semantic. But when it comes down to it, I think that truth in and of itself takes from all those kinds of theories in that respect, and the idea is that which corresponds with reality, that which is coherent, that which is the best possible explanation given the evidence at hand, that which eliminates bias as best as possible, the methodologies you have to get there, and this all goes into it. Is seeking truth is what it is. That what is it that is true, and trying to believe as many true things as possible, or sorry, trying to know as many true things as possible and believe as many true things as possible, maybe that belief is justified because it's been demonstrated to be true, and reject as many false things as possible, or things that are unfalsifiable or cannot be confirmed, and not holding those as axiomatic tenets in our worldviews.
You know, that is a very good point, but I think there's like a large population of people who put that secondary toward in terms of trying to survive at the end of the day. Um, are they going to try to be morally just and sacrifice their life for being morally consistent? I don't. I think a lot of people would say no. They're going to want to continue on living. They want to continue on surviving, and with any means possible.
Who talked about moral arguments? Where
Well,
did moral arguments come in?
I guess it falls in line with trying to find truth, and morals seem to have convey that sort of same thing, because morals, uh, there's a moral structure that we all try to live by that we want to be.
Do you believe in objective morality?
I'm just speaking simply here. I don't know if there's objective morality, but I'm just trying to say that people are probably going to want to think about their survival first, and truth as secondary.
Well, let me throw something at you, Anonymous. Okay, because it's important in this respect. I'm not trying to assume that you are a theist or that you believe in a particular kind of God. Okay, but if you do, okay, then okay, my position is that morality is subjective, regardless of the existence of a God. Okay, if no God exists, what is morality? Morality is the set of principles that dictate that differentiate between right and wrong, or between good and evil, or good or bad, or whatever, however you want to like that. It's a set of principles that people hold to. Those principles are subjectively determined. They are biologically grounded in an individual's capacity for empathy, and then the moral frameworks that develop from that capacity for empathy are influenced by our personal experiences, the influence of our parents, the influence of our peers through our formative years, and they constantly for lack of a better term, they evolve over time as we get older and we experience more things. Okay, so but if a God exists, if that entity were to exist and everything is contingent upon its mind, like the system we live in, the moral frameworks that are imposed upon it, whatever, okay, the laws of physics, laws of logic, whatever, it's all contingent upon this entity's mind, then any moral framework, any logically possible moral framework that it imposes on the system would necessarily be subjective, because so long as that moral framework is logically possible by this particular entity, then if it is defined as a god, then that would also necessarily be subjective. So morality is subjective either way you slice it. It would mean that if the god imposes it, it's subjective, it's mind dependent to the god, and therefore, even though it has the appearance of being objective in our reality because we are agents of the system is subjective itself. So any objectivity would be illusory, would be completely illusory, because it could be any logically possible moral framework that the entity wants it to be. So either way you slice it, it's subjective.
Yeah, I agree with you. Morality and truth are not exactly the same thing.
Right.
So I'll definitely agree with you there. Actually, truth. I would say truth is implied in my first tenet. What did I say was the propensity for any
Will to
living
survive.
thing to survive? Yeah, and
Mhm.
you might not see it, but let me explain it. Whenever I said that we all want to survive, there's different iterations, but at some point we transform our ability to survive as an individual so that our offspring can continue on existing. And there's something interesting that happens there. It transforms from survival towards existing, because we want our species to continue on existing. And at the greatest, largest
Some people, that's not it. I wouldn't say that's an
Sure,
objective. I
yeah.
wouldn't say that's an objective truth.
Some of us.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the majority of from a population perspective, sure. The majority want the species to continue. They want to survive. They want to continue experiencing. They want to continue existing. But it's not an objective truth across the board, because there are some people that
Again,
hold
I'm
to
an anti-natalist,
yeah.
so I
There are some
so,
people that
yeah.
hold to the proposition that humanity should walk hand in hand into extinction, because we at some point in our evolution something went wrong, and that we are a self-destructive species. That so there's some people that view it that way.
I am one of those. I am one of those people.
And so it comes down to it. It's subjective. It's subjective to the individuals. While the vast majority may feel a certain way of the population, like 80% of the population or like 95% of the population may feel a certain way about a thing, that doesn't make it an objective truth. It just means that it's the popular thing because of its utility or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that it's an objective truth. I'm just saying the propensity, speaking to the masses, the propensity of anything that's living is to continue on surviving. But let me get to the point of truth here, though. So we go from trying to survive towards trying to exist by our offspring continue to existing. What are we trying to ultimately do at the very highest end of existence? Think of it this way: what are the things that are going to survive the test of time? And I think the ultimate form of existence is to find truth. And so an example of that is Galileo. He discovered a fundamental truth and about the planets revolving around the sun and not around Earth. And his name is going to continue living on because he made that discovery. But what's more important here is the idea that contributes towards humanity and our understanding of how the universe works. I think that idea, because it was discovered by Galileo, is going to exist for the longest time, rather than as opposed to any individual, as opposed to any species. It's just going to continue on to exist. And I think that's what we're ultimately trying to do as a
well, yeah, until the sun expands and consumes the earth. I mean,
Right.
I mean, that's not for
We'll be
like
we'll be long extinct.
yeah,
by
that's
then.
that'll eventually happen, but yeah, eventually there'll be a point where the sun's luminosity will increase and water will no longer be sustainable on the planet. All life will die, and then a few billion years after that, the sun will expand and consume the Earth, and then all traces of our origin will be gone. So unless we become a spacefaring society by that point, but I believe I hold that it's more likely that we will be long extinct by that point.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
Yeah. So to wrap it all up, those are my 3 tenets to shape a better future for everyone, and not just a powerful and wealthy few.
well,
So
okay,
thank you for
cool.
your time.
Appreciate it, Anonymous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
actually hold that there's one objectively immoral act.
What's that?
Rape.
Imposition of will. I would agree that that I would be hard pressed to argue with that. I know it's subjective to myself. I have an inclination against it. It hits me in an
Now, I
emotional
mean,
area.
I
Yeah.
think that I can make the case that it's objectively immoral in every case.
Objectively immoral in every case.
hmm Even by members of other species.
Really?
hmm I've written a whole essay on it if you're interested.
That's something that we may have to parse out in the future because grounding that objectivity, with grounding as it being mind independent, I think would be the big challenge there.
Yeah, that's why I make the argument that regardless of species, even that it's immoral.
Interesting.
Mhm.
All right, let's see that autistic guy. Although, kind of curious about this one. And then Mobius, I see you with your hand up. We will get you up.
You can talk to this autistic girl.
I have. Hello there.
How's it going?
What's it? Oh, sorry about that. Oh,
Gesundheit.
the problem's with having a cold. Yeah, it's that time of year again.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Anyway, how are you all?
Fabulous.
When I say I believe we are in a very dangerous, let's say, a very dangerous point in time. Given how, what's the best way to put it? Seeing how we've got the left basically trying to censor everything, the right basically trying to an extent censor things as well. Everything basically can be boiling to a head, and social media basically, let's say, fueling the fires.
Mhm.
In that, when I say fueling the fires, like there are things I've got that will never see the light of day again, purely because they don't adhere to the current year. Because apparently it has to be day 0.
Well, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think that's objectively true. I know Facebook has actually helped cause a genocide. So, yeah, agreed.
I just want to make one thing very clear. If we're going into Israel v. Palestine, I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but I want to make one point. You can support a country and its citizens without supporting a government.
I wasn't talking about Palestine, but yeah, a different genocide, which I don't think that the Palestinian thing is a genocide. But anyway, sorry, continue. Yeah, different one. Just to be clear.
Is there I show some examples just to at least because these are genuinely important today, and I don't like the fact they are basically what's the right word? I don't like the fact that a lot of these would never see the light of day again, and it scares me that it scares me how much censorship we have with streaming services, with TV, even with the news to an extent, to a more aggressive extent, to the point where let's say hypothetically we have something from, I don't know, let's say, like, Friends is a good example. I mean, I've never seen the thing, but it came out that they wanted to censor something because it didn't adhere to the current year. It was like 20 years later. Like all Friends is just a waiting game, and somehow that's got censored. Like, how does that work? Like, do you know what I mean?
Well, I get that you're pointing out some systemic issues that we are dealing with right now. not really following where ultimately where you're kind of going with it. I mean, I agree that there's issues on both sides. I would disagree that the left is trying to censor everything because it's the right that's currently.
No. I'm talking in a sense. I'm talking in a sense of TV, not. I'm talking in a sense of TV and media. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about all the political stuff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's an issue with like distraction and like I said, like I mentioned earlier.
Exactly.
The ability to, the ability for the ability to distract people is a commodity that can be, that is incentivized. I get that.
I can. Hold on, I had them stacked here from earlier. I can give a few very good examples of what I mean. And when I say not adhering to with it being day zero, like there's stuff here that, as I said, can only be found on physical media because you won't see it on a streaming service. You won't see it on TV again. And that's a scary thought. A very scary thought.
Yeah.
Given how
I guess I'm unsure what you mean by there's stuff found on social media that isn't found on TV.
No. I'm talking about TV. I'm talking about TV and movies.
So things that are found on TV and movies aren't found. I'm confused what your argument is.
I'm talking about TV shows and movies that were made. I don't know. Let's say between 20. Let's say max maybe 50 odd years ago, maybe 70 odd years ago, and they're not. You won't be able to see them now on TV or anything like that because of current year's sensibilities.
Sure you can.
You can't. I'm here. I've got a couple of very good examples that you will never find anywhere on British TV.
Well, I mean, I've got stuff on VHS that still exists from, and there are streaming services that show old films, and stuff has been kept on YouTube for.
I said, yeah, but like I said, I'm not in the States. I'm in the UK. It's a very different kettle of fish.
Well,
Okay.
I agree that, I mean, this is, it's from country to country. There's different things across the board for all things. I mean, you're going to run into different aspects, different levels of censorship depending upon whatever government's in charge. I mean, I mean, you're talking
That's
about
what a VPN is for.
We lived in the States, and in the States, as far as like film culture goes, we had the Hays Code that we had to deal with for decades. But that went the wayside back in the 60s. And I know that there was the video nasty panic that affected the States as well, that started up in the UK, in Britain. So the idea was we go through these periods where we deal with this stuff, and I get what you're saying and I recognize it.
But once it's done, once the censorship is done, that's it. They don't revert back.
We can, and there's evidence that we have. Like, for example, the video nasty panic ended in the 80s. The Hays Code, which is implemented in the 30s here in the States, that ended in the 60s. Because eventually it's not a matter of like the controlling powers rolling things back. It's that people just stop complying with it. That's the whole point. And then eventually it's like we're going to censor everything. And then eventually people are going to be like, okay, we're sick of the censorship. They're not going to roll it back. So we're just not going to abide by it.
Over here, they're cheering it on. But over here, they're literally cheering it on. I mean, I could give two very good examples.
Viva la revolution, man.
Not that easy. Believe you me, it's really not that easy. One good example I've got is, I don't know if anyone can see this, a thing called Mind Your Language. Now, the whole point of this show was it was a sitcom set in an English, set in a school where a load of foreigners were learning English, and the trip ups and things to go with that. The jokes weren't that foreign people were stupid. It was just the fact that they would get some words wrong and it sounded funny. So, like, for example, if somebody was going to, if you were going to say, I adore someone, like the Indian guy might point to a door thinking you're talking about a door or something like that. This would never be on TV today.
You're right, it's on YouTube.
Because anything that Mel Brooks has ever produced would never be made today.
Wait.
The first episode on YouTube. The first episode's on YouTube. The rest of it
I've got
isn't.
Mind Your Language, 1977, high quality, all seasons, 11 hours, 57 minutes, and 33 seconds. That's literally on Google's front page. I mean,
right.
So
Again,
I
I
can
know
also go
what
episode by episode. I have a list of all the episodes
they're not
created.
the
So
same cut.
but they okay.
Remember,
So but ultimately, I mean, once it's out there, thanks to the advent of the internet, once something is on the internet, it's going to be on the internet
Right.
forever.
It's there
So
in perpetuity.
it's
Yeah.
there in perpetuity. So someone's going to grab it, someone's
There
going to
are-
share it, and
I'm talking about if they literally pull the stops. Like, I've got one thing that I know is on YouTube, but at the
Dude,
same
it
time,
sounds
if
like
it
you
ends
need a
up being,
VPN.
hold
okay.
on, am I? Hold on a sec.
So
Hold on a second.
I understand your issue with censorship in that respect, and I agree with you that things shouldn't be censored. I agree with that. Every country's got to deal with it in their own respect. That comes down to the responsibility for dealing with that is on the population, is on the people, is on the citizenry. They're the ones that have to stand up and deal with that. Okay,
Hold
but
on.
so
Discord have an annual. Hold on. Discord, if you can hear me, Discord's having an aneurysm, so
well, it's
bear with me
because
and I'll be back.
it's because you keep enabling your video, and with the number of people we have in here, it's going to cause some hiccups. And plus, there's we're streaming all over the place. So how about this, bud? I get what you're saying. I don't necessarily see where it's going with that, but we do have some other people we have to get to. So I do appreciate you popping in and coming up to share your thoughts. So thank you very much, bud.
There we go. Is that better?
Yeah, but we're gonna go ahead and move on to someone with their hand up, so we can kind of keep it on track with the name of the stage. Okay, so you take care, bud. Have a good one.
And I'll just say that every country goes through cycles of being more religious or moralistic or
Yeah,
intolerant of hanky panky, things like that. So right now, with the rise of Christian nationalism and the religious right and all of that kind of shit, which is pretty much global at this point, it's not really surprising that they're wanting to suppress certain things. But yeah, like you said, it's up to the population to revolt.
right.
Viva la revolution. Woo-hoo.
And I mean, if he thinks mind your language, I've been looking at it on my phone. If he thinks mind your language is tough, check out All in the Family. So
Right. Well, I was just saying, like, nothing that Mel Brooks has ever produced would ever get produced today.
Blazing Saddles, right?
It never would happen.
All right, Mobius, you've had your hand up for a minute. Let's bring you up to the stage. Sorry, apologies. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate your patience. But Mobius, you are invited up.
Hey, Jail Warren.
Yes, sir.
What? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hear you good. What you got for
We
us
can hear
today?
I was talking to you last night. I didn't think that was. You remember me from last night?
I have to admit, when I was in the room, I was kind of back and forth because I was multitasking. So if we did chat, I apologize if I don't remember it off the top of my head. But thank you for coming to the stage. I know I let people know that I was doing this. Because I was really tired. So
yeah, no, we were talking about remember the about objective morality.
Okay.
And I was trying to I had that analogy of that person if you're given $1 billion to murder somebody, and then because I was trying to make a point. You remember that? Yeah,
I do recall the conversation.
And I was
now,
trying I was trying to create a situation isolation of everything else, of just that one kind of scenario of you would an objective morality, would you have to adhere to objective morality and not anything logical or scientific in any way whatsoever, in that scenario of somebody would pay $1 billion to kill somebody, would you, yes or no, knowing that person it doesn't have any family or whatever.
Morality without talking about logic.
Yeah, because
that's the whole thing. That's the thing. I said, as a scientist and everything like that, I believe in math, logic, science. I think science and math kind of boils down to logic. Logic is the big thing in that. But in that space, in that logical space, I think morality is hard to kind of fit in there. And I kind of elucidated that by the example of, science and logic has nothing to say about the decision to kill somebody for $1 billion or whatever, or not kill somebody. You
Yeah,
can't
a
make
lot
any
of
type of
science is
like
not
it's
logical.
logically neutral.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I would say that yeah, there is no like scientific. Obviously, making this choice, being in that situation, that in this hypothetical, like logic, and I mean, you can utilize logic and reason to come to a viable or to a justified answer, but ultimately, it's going to be subjective to the individual. So you can utilize tools to get to justify a particular response, but you also don't have to. Like some people could say that, some individual could subjectively say that I cannot answer this question I cannot give an affirmative or like an affirmative or a negative to this question because I don't have enough information to work with. But that's just the hypothetical itself. Sometimes you don't get all the information. So if you're making a purely
Right.
emotional decision, but that's why we need more information. The more information you give,
Yeah.
the more reasonable and more justified response we can give. So that's the whole point, is
Right.
the
And
inclination for
JL,
more
hold on a
details.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So JL, that's the exact response you gave. You probably
Right.
forgot. Okay.
Yeah. I remember.
But I was
Yeah.
going to touch on it briefly. I do want to talk about something else other than morality, but I just want to touch on it very briefly because, like, there's so many things I want to talk about, like this or the multiverse. Actually, I kind of want to get in there because I know you are interested in science and quantum physics and all that stuff. And the whole. I mean, I was thinking perhaps my view on a political view, my far left political view, but that's maybe I'd rather talk about the multiverse thing. But first, I want to touch on this, okay? Because I was kind of because we talked about it before, right? But what you said was that we needed more information, obviously. But things when you say we need information and to have a bigger context of this, that's when you inject logic into the situation, right? But we're trying to get to a very pure form where it's completely logically neutral. This kind of decision, in order to isolate the objective morality, which for me, I mean, I'm still kind of thinking, do I believe in it or not? I'm trying to make a thought experiment about it, right? But and in that situation, I think you can kind of coax logic out of it completely. And I think you were saying before about yeah, maybe the person dies right after, and what's the point of saving him if he's going to die? Or like maybe you can use $1 billion for it to feed him people, whatever. But I was just saying, just on itself, is only morality has to say like why you don't do it, right? So which is why I think like morality is something that's it's hard to define what it is, and it's kind of mysterious as to like the origin, because some people would say you just don't kill the person, period, without adhering to any type of logical framework that kind of that decision derives from, right? So
I
that's
don't
just
think that
kind of.
you can separate morality from logic.
Oh, but that's the thing in that situation. Oh, it's good. There we go. Yeah, I killed Earl. I can speak to you about this because
Mhm.
I already spoke to Warren about this before. So yeah. The so you're saying that they can be tied together. I'm saying that they can be, like they have to be separated, because in that specific scenario, okay, imagine if I said, okay, if you kill this person, get $1 billion. And there's nothing else to it. It's not like there's any type of thing like how you're going to use the money or whatever, or this person may
Mhm.
kill you if you don't, or whatever. Just like in that decision, can you say something about the only reason why you're going to make that decision, or your decision of yes or no is only a moral decision without any logic?
Yeah, I don't think that I can give you an answer without appealing to some kind of logical explanation.
Right. Okay.
Morality
And it's not
morality
like
is about decisions, and decisions require logic.
yeah, okay, and that's why it's like I haven't really thought about this thing. I just brought it up because I think it's an interesting thing, and a lot of people who believe in morals, and I have a lot of thought a lot about it, would say no, it's
Mhm.
completely moral, objectively moral, cut and dry. You could don't do it. Okay, so
No,
but I understand your stance.
I'd
And
say you gave me $1 billion to kill Donald Trump. I'd say that that would be a moral good.
right, okay, but some people would say just objectively, just he's a human being, and therefore you can't without adhering to anything else. Just like the same way abortionists, people who don't believe in abortion, kind of just use that very cut dry thing. You can't kill, period, without adhering to any type of logic, which you have to in
Well,
abortion cases,
and
obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that you have to in all cases, and I think that the problem with religious folks in how they define morality is that they're doing it on a very um, they're doing it on a level that like a toddler would. Like if you look at developmental morality in children, it's there's a stage there where it's you do this, you get a cookie, you do this, you get a spanking. Like or a timeout or whatever. Like that's the kind, and they never graduate from that moral framework. They stay in that same moral framework forever. That's I think that's the biggest problem with religion as a whole is that it infantilizes people.
Yeah, you're right, and I agree with that. It is a kind of infantile kind of thing, like it's either this or it's not or whatever. And
Mhm.
I don't think we can even go further in the conversation. That's where it ends. Okay, and but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't never really thought about morality or whatever, but it's just something to think about, especially even when you think about things like love and all that stuff. That's kind of outside of science.
Mhm.
But at the very I am for the most part a scientist, which is why I'm going to switch topics into science just for a second because I want to just do
Mhm.
two. And so basically, okay, the multiverse. Do you believe in the multiverse, Jaylee Warren?
I don't hold to any one particular hypothetical position on that. There's not enough evidence to indicate one way or the other, so I don't really subscribe to any one.
Okay, so I'll just kind of fill you in if you have not too much
I'm
information
I'm
about it.
I'm,
But
f- I'm familiar
what a
with
lot
them.
of
I'm
people.
familiar with them. I just they're hypotheticals, and while the mathematics
Okay, well,
can go
okay,
to
that's fine.
yeah,
Right.
so
Right. And actually, the reason why you probably know this, but in the recent years in physics, the multiverse theory has been very popular in the light of recent discoveries about how fine-tuned the world is with respect to certain laws, physics that are, like the mass of electron or whatever, something that's very, very fine-tuned. All these physical laws are very fine-tuned, and there's just one law that was extremely fine-tuned to an unimaginable degree that I want to tell you about, which you probably heard. It's called dark energy that was discovered recently.
Mhm.
Um, are you familiar with that?
yeah, I'm
Mhm.
familiar with it. I mean, I don't know. Given what scientific laws are, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I mean, we know what dark energy and dark matter are placeholder names for effects
Yeah.
that we are uncertain of of the direct causes for. So
Yeah.
we're basically saying we see an effect, but we don't know specifically what the cause is. That's because so we call them dark energy and dark matter. So, but we're talking about
Yeah.
like the expansion of the
I
universe and
think dark
everything.
energy is more theoretical and dark matter
Well,
is
no.
more
Okay. Well, yeah, in some sense, but basically, what they have in terms of the
concrete.
stuff of the universe, 5% is like matter, like protons, electrons, neutrons, and then you
Mhm.
have 25% is dark matter, which is basically just gravity out there that they don't know what's caused, but they know by like the rotation of galaxies or whatever that exists because
Mhm.
galaxies would not behave this way unless there's
It's
this
it's it's
extra
the glue.
gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that is rooted in some solid scientific framework. But then there's
Right.
70% of the energy is something very mysterious called dark energy, which was originally thought of as Einstein's cosmological constant, which you probably heard of, um, where he had to inject something in his gravitational equations, his general relativity equations, in order
Mhm.
to kind of stop the universe, to make it static or whatever, because there's something that was making it kind of go accelerate. And they found that is dark energy. Dark energy is accelerating the universe. Okay,
Mhm.
but the thing about that is this dark energy value. Okay, because value, just like there's a value called cosmological constant. Okay, this value is so tiny, so tiny, um like versus how it could be thought of. I mean, how it's explained in the quantum physics equations, because the quantum physics equations said that this value should be this way based on the laws of quantum physics, which are very stringent equations, right? So
Mhm.
this, but the expected value is they even have a number for this, is like an order of 100 10 to the power of 120, like 120 zeros, 1 over that number, um, of the likelihood of the number.
Well, hang on a second, Mobius. Mobius, hang on a sec. So here's the big issue. First and foremost, someone in my live chat, Debunking Donkey, points out, hard disagree that the multiverse is popular, and I agree with that. It's not the most popular, presentation, but dark energy has been known about for 30 years. It is not fine-tuned. It is a non-baryonic matter. So there's more there. But hang on, Mobius. Hang on. I'm not finished.
Okay.
The primary issue is this: when you start bringing up odds. Okay, so when you start bringing up probability is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The probability of a thing being a certain way. Here's the question. How many universes do we have access to?
Right.
Okay, that
Mobius. I just need an answer. Mobius, I just need an answer to the question. How many universes do we have access to?
Okay, it could be infinite.
No.
But
do we have access? Mobius. How many universes do we have access to?
The answer's
one.
One, exactly.
One.
The question then becomes, with a sample size of 1, how can you possibly derive those odds? Because with a sample size of 1, the odds are 100%. Because you have 1, and that's the state.
Right.
So
okay. And I'll tell you, okay, and the reason why there's like 0.0000 with 120 zeros and a 1, that likelihood of dark energy being so small, okay, because if it was big, it would blow up the universe. That is like, okay, there must be like a huge number of universes in order to make that possible, because you can't say that would happen by accident, because it like that type of fluke is just unbelievable.
Well,
okay?
no, because if you think of it in the sense that if you think about universes if you talk about like the inflation events taking place via quantum fluctuations, if you think about those in a tenseless state, that you could have multiple iterations occurring simultaneously all over, because it's not a chain of events. It's not like one universe must exist, then end, then another can begin and end. If you think about it in that respect, then no, the odds are simply like, if for a universe to be stable, then the variables have to meet a certain way. So there could be, in a sense, universes like starting and dying or flying apart, all like, whatever, but we have this one that is stable. Okay, but there could be other permutations where the variables are different, but they're in the same ratios as necessary to provide stability. So we can model these things. We can model these things out, but ultimately, this is all math. We don't have access to any other potential universes, so we don't have any justification for saying that any one particular thing is a result of any like the odds of a thing happening are this, because we only have access to one. Until we get access to another possible universe, that then we can do that. Yeah.
Right. And a lot of people have that exact same, that's the main objection of this is what you're saying. Because we can't see them, obviously, how are we supposed to know? Okay. But thing is, if you just talk about just completely inferring, okay, such a thing, and so you can either, in order to explain this, there's only 3 ways to explain this. Okay, the extreme fine tuning. Okay, and a lot of theists would be very happy to say God did it, because it just that's actually proof of the fine tuning.
It's a throwaway answer. It's a throwaway answer.
Fine tuning.
It's a throwaway answer.
Yeah, right. Okay, I mean, I believe as well. It's a throwaway answer. And also that happened by one universe by fluke could happen this way. That's ridiculous, even more so than the theist argument. And then now that you have the multiple universes, which to me it makes sense. And given an analogy of this, okay, if people thought the Earth was the only Earth, it would be like crazy, like the hugest fluke as well. Because what are the chances that this planet will have a certain amount of oxygen and the right qualities for life to exist if it happened only once? It's absurd. But then if you bring in all the other Earths out there, there's billions of Earths out there, then it makes perfect sense. Because if there's billions of Earths, one of them had to be this way. Find ourselves here.
Well,
okay,
there might very well be, but we can't. It's not possible to talk to them.
No, the other universes, but I mean, you can infer that in order. It makes perfect sense that our universe is so fine tuned in such a very small way.
The use of the term fine tuned is really inappropriate in this sense, because
fine tuned by whom?
Okay.
Or
okay, what? I'm saying when I say fine tuned, okay, I mean, it's so exact. If it wasn't, if it was a tiny difference in the laws of physics, then we would not be here. I'm saying very, very tiny.
Okay,
No,
well, okay,
that's not
well,
true. We just
well,
wouldn't be here in this iteration.
yeah, it wouldn't be like when you hear theists like bring up the argument that the universe is so perfectly fine tuned that for life to exist is like, and if it would change, like the constants were changed in a particular way to like 1 degree, one to one side or the other, then life would not exist. That is patently false. It just means life would
Right.
not
Oh
exist.
no, I
It,
disagree with you.
Life
no,
as we
hang
know
on,
it would
Mobius,
not exist.
Mobius. Let me finish.
Okay. Yeah.
It means that
Yeah.
life would not exist as we currently experience it on this planet. Okay.
Okay.
It does not mean that
Okay.
life could not possibly exist. Because remember this very, very simple thing. The way we understand chemistry, the elements themselves, atomic weights, all that stuff, is predicated upon the fundamental forces of the universe. If you change those fundamental forces in any way, alter them to 1 degree or the other, whether in conjunction with one another, then chemistry ultimately shifts as well. Atomic weight shift, reactivity shifts. Okay, so you get elements. So essentially, you shift those forces. The elements as we know them don't exist as we know them, but they still exist. It just means that life would just be different from what we currently understand it to be. It wouldn't necessarily be that life would be carbon based. Okay, it could be silicone based. All right, but we don't know. But that would be silicone under our definition of what silicone is now. Okay, so when you're playing with things like atomic weights and the reactivity of elements, especially in conjunction with one another under certain circumstances, like the giant laboratory that is the Earth, you know, we can model these things out, but we're talking about fundamental changes to the very building blocks of matter. Okay, so it doesn't mean that life would not be possible. It just means that life, as we understand it right now, would not be. It would be some other way.
We're in a Goldilocks zone. And there's
Okay.
no like specific point at which there's a range of points that a planet can exist in at distance to its sun that could support life.
Yeah, there are life forms on this planet right now. There are things living on this planet as we speak. That if you were to shift the Earth out of the if you were to shift the Earth out of the Goldilocks zone, like completely out of the Goldilocks zone, those organisms would still survive. So
okay, but if that happened, I mean, okay, in that example, I mean, obviously, you know, life cannot exist or whatever, but there would be another Goldilocks zone there, simply because, you know, there's so many other planets. So it could, you'd have to incorporate other planets, in order to, like many other planets, in order for life to exist. If you just take that
that's what we're saying, is that the Goldilocks zone is specific to each star.
Yeah, right. Okay, but thing is, like he was saying, if you want to go back to the thing you're saying, if it changed by a little bit, then life could exist. That it could, but it's very, very, very unlikely. If you know the laws of quantum physics.
No, given the size of the universe, given like what we have access to, especially if you hold to like cosmic inflation theory, if you hold to things like that, if you hold to like what Guth is putting out, then then the mathematics of that virtually guarantee that virtually guarantee that life is going to take place somewhere. The whole point is that
is the multiverse. His Alan Guth's multiverse of eternal inflation is the multiverse I'm talking about. Within that inflationary space, it's called de Sitter space. That's where you get all these multiple universes. That's where they exist. They could also exist in the quantum multiverse, but you have to adhere to the many worlds theory interpretation of quantum physics. But even without that, even if you add the other inflationary universes, then that's
the Fermi paradox.
So here's the question,
Mobius. You don't have to invoke multiple universes.
Mobius, just for this, but hang on a sec. Hang on. It's my stage, so hang on a sec. So just for the sake of the stage of what we're doing here, we can explore these scientific quandaries all day long. Okay. I'm curious in regards to what we do on the stage here. Is this leading you to any particular conclusion about, say, the existence of a god, or, you know, or are you just pointing out that there are questions that we don't currently have answers for?
No. Okay. What I was hoping that I could kind of justify the fact that there's multi-universe, they have to exist because we're so fine-tuned. Okay. And that it seems to me that like it's hard for me to do when people believe, like yourself, okay, that if you change it by a little bit, life would exist. But that's not the case. You have to just believe
Yes,
me
it
when I say
is.
that if you change it by a tiny bit, that it would the possibilities are so tiny. Okay,
That's not
that
true. You're just making that
no,
assertion.
it is true.
No,
No, it's
No, but
not.
like
no, Mobius, that is an
There's a
assertion.
okay,
You're asserting it that, but
okay,
that's
okay,
the math doesn't play out that way. My curiosity is like
okay. So
you
and
keep bringing up fine
we could
tuned.
disagree on that.
Let me ask you this: fine tuned by
Okay.
what?
right.
Okay,
Again.
no, when I say fine-tuned, my definition of fine-tuned is that if it changed by a little bit, can exist. That's my definition of fine-tuned.
That
Life can exist?
But okay, but things we're not gonna get past this. But the reason why I brought it up, okay,
Uh,
is because I wanted to be or for you to agree, let's say that okay, multiverse can exist, and then I was gonna go ahead and say that okay, if there's an infinite multiverse, okay, just infinite universes,
okay.
okay, in that scenario, then you could say that there's copies of us, okay, because in an infinite universe, eventually a copy of us has to happen because the universe is infinite, okay. So eventually the molecules will come together to form us. Okay? Given an infinite amount of time, it's like almost like the laws of infiniteness kind of necessitate that if it happened once, it will definitely happen again. So I was kind of going into if that occurs, that means eventually there'll be copies of us, and is that like a form of immortality, which you probably heard of before? Sometimes people call it quantum immortality if they believe in the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics, which also has
Sounds like a lot of
multiverses.
navel gazing.
Yeah,
No, no,
it's an interesting thought experiment. I get it. You could play along these lines. Just watch the show Sliders with Jerry O'Connell and John Rhys Davies.
Right.
It was on
I
Sci-Fi
know that.
Channel.
Yeah, I know that show. Yeah,
Exactly.
but yeah,
But when it comes down to it, yeah, I get that it's a fun thought experiment I respect, but it's all conjecture and speculation at this point. I personally
yeah,
myself, I don't
yeah.
hold a position either way because there's not enough evidence to justify any one position. That's just my take. When the
But how
evidence
would
comes in
internal
that just
existence though?
do what?
Okay, like forget about the multiverse for a second. How about existence will live forever? If it does, then eventually another copy of you will have to happen. Do you believe that?
I don't want to live
Well,
forever.
no. In this universe, no,
I'm tired.
because while
No,
while they would
yeah.
be
No,
infinitesimally.
in another universe, like any part of the reality, any part of any
I don't
reality
think the
in the
universe
future.
needs more than one of me. I think I'm plenty.
No, because the thing that if you're talking about, well, this depends upon if you're talking about physical, like the physical manifestation that looks like me, or if you're talking about me in my experience. I would say no
Well, I
because
mean, just your
That's not a free
molecules,
will determinism argument.
but your molecules will come together eventually in a configuration to make another Warren. Given an infinite universe, if you could say if the infinite universe or or reality is infinite,
Well,
in an infinite amount of time, it
so
has to happen again.
you don't even need an infinite universe to do that. Our fingerprints aren't actually as unique as people think that they are. Like, there
But
are
that's the
instances.
only well, that's the only way to get another copy of, let's say, another copy of you, another copy of Earl would happen eventually, and like all of us, everybody listening, eventually, given an infinite universe or infinite reality or infinite existence, and it's kind of absurd to think that the existence won't be infinite, because why would it just stop? So if you don't believe in
Yeah, but
that,
it won't.
then an
But it
infinite
won't be
existence would
me. It'll be somebody
imply
else
no, but given enough time, it will have to be you, and
with
given
the
enough time,
same
if it was infinite.
you wouldn't be able
with
to
the same
no, yeah,
experiences.
you wouldn't be able
I
to
wouldn't be
replicate.
the same
Yeah,
person.
a copy, exact
But
copy. Yeah,
you
it would
wouldn't
have
be able
to.
to replicate the exact same experiences from that particular frame of reference because the two objects
Right.
can't occupy the same space and time simultaneously. So the same space time simultaneously. So you're going to have two frame of references upon every experience, and those frame of references are not going to be identical because simply by virtue of the shift in frame of reference. So
And
it wouldn't
so
be.
but yeah.
It was so
Well,
it
if
simply
are you
wouldn't.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Paul's inclusion exclusion principle? Are you talking about that? Where two things can occupy the same space at the same time? Because you are correct. Okay, and that is kind of a universal kind of thing where a quantum state, no matter how complicated, like a human body, cannot occupy the same thing. So ever. And so therefore, there always have to be different quantum states. And then even if you repeated themselves, even if they're exact copy, you would still differ by a little bit because two things cannot be identical. And like not so much in the space, but just like two quantum states cannot be. It's a weird rule. I don't want to get into it, but that is some people's objection about there can't be exactly two copies exact, and if they're not exact, then they'd have different experiences or whatever, right? But some people could argue against that and say, okay, you could be an exact. And if you did have an exact copy, would it be you? That's a really interesting question, I think.
Well, no, identity speaking, it wouldn't be, because in order
It would
because
not
you
be.
think about
Yeah.
all the things that go into defining to determining or like to define what my identity is. So you'd have to recreate everything else, because
Yeah.
part of my identity is how my parents influenced me, which means my parents would have to be identical. But part of them that influenced me was influenced by their parents influencing them, which means their parents would have to be identical. So you're talking
Right.
about the entire system would have to be replicated down to the molecule from beginning to
Yeah.
end in order to justify
the whole
this.
universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be
Right.
the whole
Yeah.
universe.
Right.
Right.
So
It would have to be
yeah,
the
I
whole
mean,
universe.
there's
It
possible,
seems like
but
there's too many. Yeah, it seems like there's too many factors to
right. I
Well-
kind of
well,
agree with Earl
yeah.
on this.
to make that possible.
I agree with Earl on this. It's kind of navel gazing.
Yeah, but if there was a copy, let's say, okay, a universe out there that's exactly like our own, therefore everything in it is exactly the same, and if it was exact copy of you in every way, do you think it'd still be you?
No,
No,
Because
absolutely not.
I mean, just because you copy,
Because they couldn't.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I could be molecularly copied, and maybe that's possible. I don't think so, but because some things that have happened to me that have changed my molecular makeup have happened because of my experiences.
yeah, but that's the same. I mean, everything's the same. Like, unless you believe in a
It's
soul, do you guys
not.
believe like in a soul? Do you
It's
believe in a
not.
soul?
It's
Yes.
no, of course not. No, of
Well,
course
I
not.
mean,
so
okay,
It's,
so
therefore,
no,
so
it's not.
Mobius.
Our point is that it can't. Our point is that it can't happen because
No, but if
there's never going to be a situation in which every single situation lines up exactly the way it has on Earth.
I mean, unless
No,
of course
but
Mobius,
if it
There's
did-
too many factors.
unless of course Mobius, you're talking about like every universe that like any universe that can possibly exist must necessarily be exactly like this one, and so it's all going to play out the exact same way every single time, every time.
Yeah.
Like this is the
No,
only
no,
possible.
I'm saying
Like this is the
it's
only
ridiculous.
logically.
good.
Hang on a sec. Like this is the only logically possible permutation of a universe that can exist,
Mhm.
and so therefore any universe that ever exists will always look like this one. Then sure.
No, but like you could see it that way, but I don't necessarily see it that way. I mean, you don't have to see it that way. You could just be like, just one of them would be identical, not just several copies, just one copy. Is that
No,
you?
that's
Like
what.
for me, I think that would be me. Okay, okay. If you would ask me, I would be like, if there was an exact copy of me with all my thoughts exactly the same, I can't say that's not me, because if I just interact with that person, that would we'd argue on who is the person, right? But then that's probably not a good argument, because when I make a copy of me and then he's talking to me, the other person is different because it's different experiences, so that's not a good argument. But if they were exact copies in their own universe, then you can't say which one you are.
Okay,
That's the mystery of it.
Well, I mean,
it's a good thought experiment. I think it's a
Yeah.
good thought experiment to think of like which one is you, or if you had 100 copies of exact copies, which one is you? Are they all you? And it's a very kind of existential question to think of it.
yes,
But
yeah, we can
it interests me.
we can definitely. I mean, obviously, the Prestige kind of went down this as well. Christopher Nolan, went down this with duplicating entities, and which one
Oh,
is the
shit.
original, the man who goes through the box, right? So,
Oh no, hold on, Warren. Somebody, I talked to somebody about the same point and referred me to that movie as well. So please don't spoil it. I'm gonna watch it.
okay, yeah, definitely,
Because-
definitely check it out. So I think you'll dig it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, he's the only. He's the only Christopher Nolan movie. That's the only Christopher Nolan movie I've never seen, so I'm going to see that. But thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, both of you. Okay.
absolutely.
Thanks for
Thank you,
coming on.
bud. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Take it easy.
All right, a little bit of fun. I agree with you there. It's kind of navel gazing. It's just
Yeah.
it's thought
I
experimentation.
found some lint.
But interesting stuff to think about, definitely. All right. Well, I saw Otangelo popped in, and then he put
Oh,
his hand
boy.
up, and then he apparently he self-annihilated like a virtual particle, because then he left. But anyway,
Oh, come on, Angelo.
but I see that
No,
the Discord chat.
he won't talk to women.
Yeah, I know, right? So, but I
No.
see that there's a lot of conversation going on in the side chat. I haven't read all of it. Multiverse apparently. Oh, whatever. Right? He's got whatever nonsense is going on there. But if anybody down there, especially if you're a theist, if you believe that a god exists or that some version of a god exists, we'd love to talk to you. If you want to put your hand up, but we can,
Bring it on.
yeah, we'd be happy to discuss. Or if you have questions about, atheism or agnosticism or atheism or anything of that nature, we'd be happy to talk about those.
Or antinatalism, or what else? What else weirdness do I have going on? Objective morality, or yeah.
See, I'm curious about this. So, I mean, do you hold? Let me ask this: until we get somebody with their hands up, let's go. We can go and explore this a little bit. See where we see where we diverge. So, are you a moral realist? Would you say?
How do you define moral realism?
Let's that morality, that there is a version of morality that is mind independent. Or I'd say that morality is mind independent.
Mind independent?
Yeah. So there's
I think that 99% of morality is mind dependent.
Okay, so in that sense, if because it's either subjective or it's either subjective or it's objective. Subjective meaning mind dependent, objective meaning mind independent. So my curiosity is, if you believe that there is a feature of morality that is objectively grounded beyond your personal your personal intuitions or your inclinations, then I'm curious, like, what grounds that? That's where the kicker is, where moral realism, because, for example, T-Jump.
Why do you need grounding for it to be objective?
Okay, because, well, it depends upon what it's dependent upon. So the idea is that a thing is true either because it's true because it's true for you, it's true because it's true independent of whatever you think. And so that's like for example, the laws that we've identified that they use to describe the universe. Those are true regardless of what a person thinks. Okay, there is no subjectivity to those. Those are true, like objective. Like for example, the laws of logic are for what we can, for all intents and purposes, they're objectively true and inviolable. Okay, A equals A, A equals now, blah 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 blah. So the question that those are mind independent, but how is morality given this? Let me just pose this: given that morality itself is biologically based in our capacity for empathy, the development of our limbic system. So there is a biological grounding there, but they're not identical. The capacity for empathy is not identical across human beings. There is a percentage of the population that holds to this various area of that spectrum of morality that allows for the furtherance of our species. But because our frameworks are influenced by our parents, by our peers, by our personal subjective experiences, and the information we take in or the information we choose not to take in, those all frame those. So those are all subjective. So the applied morality is subjective to each individual. The inclinations, the intuitions, and the application are all subjective. So what is it that is grounding this thing objectively? Like, how is it grounded in the universe as this is a true thing of the universe, regardless of what people think?
I think that morality, I think that 99% of 99.9% of morality is subjective. I completely agree with that. I think that there is one action that is objectively immoral. And I think that it is objective because it's wrong regardless of who is doing it or who is it's being done to or what species you are. I think that I don't necessarily hold that objective morality needs to be grounded in something. I think that wording is kind of odd because that implies a great moral giver. And I don't hold that there is a great moral giver.
Right. Yeah. So that's where they ground. It's like, so for example, like theists will ground morality, like the
Right.
ultimate moral
But
framework
but
in the
that is
mind of God. Right.
right, but
So
that is still
that's
subjective
still
because it's the
subjective.
mind of
Agreed.
God.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
that's why I argue against the existence of objective morality. That's why I argue that. But there are people that will hold like T Jump, who does not believe in the existence of a God or an ultimate mind, however you want to describe that.
Mhm.
But he still holds that morality is objective,
Mhm.
and the way he justifies it is that it is grounded in an as yet undiscovered law of reality. So that's how
See,
he grounds that.
I
Yeah.
see objective as being, if objective means that it's mind independent,
Uh-huh.
then there needs not be a mind to give it
Right.
either.
That's why T Jump that's why he lays it down as like there is some as yet undiscovered law of reality that grounds that this is what morality should be. That like this is the
That's
moral
yeah, that's
framework.
that's
So
very ambiguous and kind of like
yeah, exact same response that I
yeah,
have to T Jump when he brings that. That's why where he and I diverge, because he's
right,
essentially appealing to a faith position that this is the way it is,
right.
and I don't see how he's able to divorce himself, because while I understand, and the vast majority of human beings, the vast majority but not all, would agree that in every single situation, a thing like grape would be would be immoral. Okay,
Mhm.
but or the imposition of will in those regards would be immoral, but that ultimately that comes down to the individual, that we hold, that the vast majority of us hold very strongly, that is
But
the case, but it's not
that's my
universal. Yeah.
argument is that it doesn't matter, is that the individual doesn't matter. That it's wrong regardless of the individual.
Yeah, but if the individual who
It's wrong in every
but if there is a
context.
society that justifies it to individuals that are outside of that society, not within the
My
society. So,
point is that it
yeah.
can't be my point is that it can't be justified.
Right. And that's where we go to like, what is the thing that grounds that? Is it you that's grounding it? Or is it something about is it like a law of the universe that
It's
grounds that?
I think that it's the I think that it's grounded in how humans human. I'm thinking objective as in it doesn't matter because morality has to have an agent. There always has to be an agent to have morality. Like you can't like morality doesn't exist on when it's just you on a desert island.
Right. And
You know what I mean?
but
Like
that would
because
entail
people are interacting with each other.
yeah, but that would entail, given that it requires minds to exist, that it is
Mhm.
mind dependent.
But it doesn't necessarily the opinion of those minds doesn't matter.
Okay, but
Morality can only exist with people in mind.
right, there have to be agents, right? So there has to be
Right.
minds. And
Right.
if
And
there
my
are
point is that it doesn't matter which mind,
okay,
that it's wrong in every context.
but there are species on this planet. There are millions of species on this planet where
Uh-huh.
the idea of an imposition of will doesn't really exist for them, but
Conception.
forced conception, whether it be against their will or not, but that's the competition to try and breed. And so you see that in many
Yes,
species like lions and a number of others, but and that,
ducks.
exactly. So
But the
it's trying to get
but
your
there
yeah.
my point is that there are evolutionarily derived traits that females have evolved to keep um, in males that are not worthy, put it that way, from mating with them. That they go through an evolutionarily um, energy heavy process in order to keep that from happening. And because they have to do that, it costs them something. It's a it's a it's not it doesn't help with flourishing. So
Uh
therefore it's immoral.
well, it doesn't help with I would say it more okay, so flourishing is in survival. In that scope, it actually it doesn't justify the action. I'm against it as well. I have a moral inclination against it as well, a moral intuition that speaks against it. But from a survival standpoint, in extreme survival scenarios, it plays out just like nature plays out, where the female or even the male sometimes, where these individuals may not like it even from an emotional perspective, from a naturalistic perspective, it's just it's procreation by any means necessary.
Mhm.
So flourishing in the sense
Well,
of
by the
producing
male, not by the female.
true, but it's flourishing in the sense of producing more offspring is essentially what it
Right, but
is.
it doesn't promote flourishing.
Flourishing
The the females have to they have to go through an energy um uh where they have to expend a lot of energy changing their bodies to keep males from raping them. And that does not go towards flourishing. It's
okay.
causing harm.
Well, it can, yeah, because the female may not desire to do that, and yeah, injuries do occur. We see that when male ducks try to inseminate female ducks, and they wind
Mhm.
up drowning them because the female is fighting them off
Uh-huh.
so hard. So and then they
Right.
wind up, so that's but we see that in nature,
Mhm.
but ultimately, sexuality in of itself, there's a psychological aspect, and then there is the procreative aspect to it. So while we can break down the psychology of this, I want to go back to the point where it's like if minds don't exist, if like morality is itself, if that which is moral, the principles that differentiate between what we consider to be right and wrong or good or bad or whatever,
Mhm.
if it requires minds for that to exist at all, then morality in any stripe, no matter how you slice it, morality is mind dependent. And while we
Right,
would
but I don't define objective as being mind dependent necessarily.
mind independent would be objective.
Correct. Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
It
maybe differentiation on
I
terms,
say
but
that something is objective, it's true, irrespective of the one making the claim and can be verified by outside agents.
okay. I see what you're going along these lines. I think that the breakdown in terminology is that you're using more of Sam Harris's version of objective.
Mhm.
Not that it's mind independent, but that it is goal oriented towards a specific goal, and that makes sense.
Yes.
It means that
Yes.
in order to have a specific type of society that maximizes well-being, that provides for its youngest members, protects them, and allows
Mhm.
for certain things. In order to have that society, then putting down laws that basically basically putting down moral frameworks or imposing a moral framework that disallows for certain behaviors that would work
Mhm.
against the goal of society, that becomes it's kind of like the rules of chess. If the goal is to win the game, then the pieces must move a certain way. If that's the goal, if you're going to
Right.
play chess, then you play it a certain way. If you're not going to play chess, then you
Right.
can just do whatever the hell you want. So if our goal
Yeah.
is
You have to exist within the
right,
confines of the game.
but
Yeah.
yeah, but even Sam Harris, but just to throw it out there, well, I completely agree with you that that's the version of objective. So it's a rule of the game. It's an objective truth of the
Mhm.
goal to achieve the goal. But even then, the society that is desired and the rules that are imposed to achieve that society are all still mind dependent. So just to
Right,
make
but y-
to make sure that we understand how those two contexts are different.
yes, and
Right.
I argue it this way because it only exists between agents, and
Right.
agents have to be thinking in individuals, and therefore morality cannot exist without a mind. But just because it can't exist without a mind doesn't mean that it can't be objectively true for all of those minds.
Gotcha. Okay. So
So regardless of the agent, to be objectively moral, it must be true regardless of the time or situation or the agents involved.
Well, yeah, it would require the consensus amongst the group in order to agree upon this is the
Yes.
goal we're going to this is the goal we're going to achieve, and this is how we're
Right.
going to achieve it, because
Exactly.
we found that is the best way to achieve that goal, or one of the best ways.
Yeah.
So therefore, it
I
becomes
probably should have. I probably should have started with that. This is an argument for atheists. This is not an argument for theists.
Oh, okay. So essentially, what you're positing is essentially Sam Harris's moral is what is espoused in Sam Harris's moral landscape. So yeah, it's exactly along those lines.
I've never read it because I find Sam Harris to be intolerable. But
but yeah, I think I personally myself, I think Sam Harris makes some leaps in the moral landscape that he shouldn't make. But ultimately, I understand what he's saying is like there's a difference between that which is objectively true and that which is objectively true in regards to the accomplishment of a specific goal. So there's two different contexts there, and I think that's what we were arguing from, is that even though it is objectively true,
I should have been more clear with that.
It's all good.
Because with a theist, obviously the mind independent, or the mind dependent independent argument, that makes more sense. But with atheists, obviously we don't believe that there is a mind that is, that's
I will agree that there are. I'll agree that there are objectively true goals in the objectively true rules that go into accordance of attaining a particular goal, which is exactly what the moral landscape was all about. So, and I get that. Basically, it's two contextually different uses of the word thing, because words are polysemous, and depending on the context, objective does not have to mean mind independent. It just means that it's true in virtue of something else. Cool.
Correct. Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. That's why we have these. That's why we break these things down. It's fantastic. I love it. All right.
I've never been able to argue this with anybody, so I'm actually happy that it got brought up.
Hell yes. Yeah, we get these opportunities. All right, we got someone here, psychiatrist. You've had your hand up for a minute. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll bring you up.
Thank you. Is my voice clear?
Yes, you are. You coming in loud and clear, and I see that you're coming to us from the 80s. So.
All right.
Psychiatrist.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Freud. You got nothing wrong. All right. I despise philosophy. I want to make this a bit more practical.
Okay.
Let's say, you are in a room with a psychopath who's not only neutral to human suffering, he actually kind of likes it. Whatever biological, evo, psycho, whatever makes us, hate to make harm to others, he doesn't have it. Maybe he has the opposite. And how will you go on to convince him to not kill you? You cannot use the law. How will you go on it practically? Because as I said, I kind of despise philosophy. How would you go on? And both of you are atheists, I assume.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe you want to. Maybe you want to convince him God, and do that.
Why can you not? Why can you not invoke the law? I mean, I assume that he would.
I guess
appreciate not being in jail. So
I guess it's a thought bubble. Maybe he's really small. Maybe he's going to dissolve your body. Something along those lines. Yeah. Maybe you've got no loved ones and no one's going to ask.
Well,
just a thought bubble.
So given this,
it doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm talking about his freedom.
Yeah.
Right. So appealing to in this particular one, if I'm stuck in a room with a psychopath and I know that they're a psychopath, and the objective is like, what could I possibly say that would convince this individual not to kill me when this individual is at best completely apathetic to my survival, and maybe even has an inclination towards me not surviving. So the issue being
no guilt.
Yeah. The issue being
psychopaths psychopaths don't, they might not be interested in your survival, but they certainly care about their own.
He's involved with the law. He's not going to get in problem with the problem.
But clinically speaking, that doesn't define a psychopath.
That's true. I mean, Earl's right, but in the confines of the hypothetical, given this situation, it's irrelevant of what I know about psychopaths is that, but if this is the situation that I'm in, then the only thing I could possibly do is appeal, is try, if I was to argue for my defense, the defense of my own life, is try to appeal to logic and that which necessarily
Mhm.
follows, because it's if we're talking, otherwise I'm going to have to defend myself and try to survive. But as far as talking goes, appealing to his emotion is obviously not going to work. He's not going to
Right.
empathize the same as me. So the best thing I can do is I can try to appeal to logic, in the sense I could try to make an argument that is logically consistent, where the conclusion is my survival. But even then, he could reject it. So, but because at least with logic, at least that which is logically consistent will apply equally to both of us. So you try to utilize logic in order to create cognitive dissonance for the individual, and possibly assist them in changing their position. That would be the only defense I have, speaking wise. Otherwise,
Right,
it's you win or take all.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
would
which
I would
logic?
appeal to their narcissism.
All right, but which logic would you use? I mean, you can use logic, I don't know, to convince them of Newtonian physics, or something like that. But how would you use, logic to convince them not to murder you?
So
How would the
I mean, just I'm not really. I'd have to sit down and really really think about this. But the best thing you could be is like, what's the goal? The goal is for me to survive, to get out, to the goal is for me to survive. How can I survive? Is basically convince him that it is more in his interest to not kill me than it is to kill me. So how do I do that?
Right.
Well, so what presentation can I give him that is logically consistent, that supports that it is more beneficial to him to keep me alive than it
Yes.
is to kill me.
Appeal to his narcissism.
And
Yeah.
appealing to his narcissism would be one thing. That'd be one avenue. Creating a logical scenario where the cognitive dissonance is so insane that he simply cannot act through that is another way. There's a number of ways you could go through that. I don't know like verbatim what I would say, but I mean, and it would be difficult, of course, because if he's operating on just like pure emotion, then he could just like reject everything I say and already made his mind up 10 minutes ago. It doesn't matter what I say. He just wants to see me dance like a puppet before he does the job. So
Yeah, so you're saying there's no clear answer for this?
right, yeah, I would say that there's no answer to say like this is how you win. There's tactics you can try, but ultimately,
Right.
because it's their subjective internal experience versus mine, I can't dive into his head, to like move the wires a certain way. So it's going to come down to it. Think of it like you watch Breaking Bad, right, psychiatrist?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you think about the scene in season 5, right before Hank gets killed. You've got Jack there with the
Right.
gun to his head. You've got Walter holding up $80 million in cash if he just lets Hank go. Just let Hank live. I'll give you all my money. But Hank looks up at Walter and says, "You're the smartest guy I know, and you're too stupid to see that he already made his mind up 10 minutes ago."
Yeah.
Right.
There is no conversation you can have.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of I'm an agnostic, so I kind of was playing the devil's advocate here, because this is, I think, it kind of exposes an uncomfortable part about being an atheist or whatever. The morality of it. Oh shit, my charger. I thought my computer's dead. Sorry. Yeah. I just wanted to see what y'all would say.
Yeah, I'm a
'Cause,
moral.
if both of you,
Uh-huh.
because both of you were religious, the conversation would be pretty simple. This is wrong. Even if he doesn't care about being wrongness, you can at least, appeal to hell. You'll suffer pretty badly. That type of stuff.
Yeah, most most psychopaths. I mean, if you're talking about a psychopath in the the clinical definition, getting some feedback, then they will absolutely care about their own existence, and so appealing to their narcissism and appealing to their need for freedom would be your safest bet.
Yeah.
Having
Safe.
dealt with several over my lifetime, I can say that appealing to their narcissism is really the only way to get them to do anything.
Yeah.
I was thinking of No Country for Old Men type of psychopath. If you know the
yeah.
movie where Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the guy with that long black hair? That's the one, right?
No, wait, say
Yeah.
again.
I
Yeah.
I'm not a
The
movie
guy.
bro.
Yeah.
Whichever
You're,
character. Yeah. Thank you all for the answers. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Dean,
Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Cool. Another one that popped up into my head was there was a fantastic situation or a fantastic scenario that was in the show Criminal Minds. I love that series. Even though
Yeah. Love that show.
even though it can be cheesy at times, but there's one scene where the character of Aaron Hotchner and Reed and Dr. Reed were stuck in an interrogation room with a serial killer who did not have cuffs on. He was free to walk
Ooh.
about, and so they were waiting for someone to come and open the door and let them out. And in order to prevent what Reed interprets the situation as violence was about to erupt, so Reed goes on this diatribe where he basically appeals to the guy's narcissism and breaks it down in such a logical way that ultimately his actions were not his fault and that he never really stood a chance. Is like, you're
Right.
not the way you are because you choose to be. You're the way you are because that is the way other people have made you. So he takes away the guy's responsibility, and that gives the guy enough pause. He's like,
Yeah.
when he starts thinking about it, he was like, "What?" And then the door opens, and then the killer's, and then the killer turns to him and is like, "Is it true? Is it really true? Did I really never have a chance?" And Reed's like, "I don't know, maybe." And then they walk out. So I loved that sequence. So
That's
brilliant.
good. Yeah, I love Reed. I think Reed was my favorite character. He's sort of autistic coded, although not
Right.
told. We're not told in the show, but yeah, I always liked his character.
All right. We got someone with their hand up. I see Koke.
Yes, I love you.
How's it going? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes. I believe that not all people can reincarnate, but some can. I think it depends on ethnicities. Um,
Okay. I apologize about that.
Ethnicities.
There was no point.
Yeah.
I figured just by virtue of that, I figured it's
Yeah.
like there's no point in going on with that
That's a
one.
troll.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's a
Cocaine.
troll.
Yeah, that was that.
I can tell a fake Southern accent from a mile away.
We've been doing this long enough, so before anything inappropriate
Uh-huh.
gets said, we're just going to go ahead and leave it at that. I
Yep.
see Mobius has got his hand up, or their
Excellent
hand
call.
up. Apologize. So Mobius, welcome back.
Hey, no, the only reason I put my hand up is because nobody else was going to talk, so I thought I might as well fill in the time. But I would like to talk about a lot of stuff. Like anything you want to talk about, I can talk about anything.
Well, predominantly the purpose of the stage is talk about like what like the things that people believe and why they believe it, and essentially I'd like to give priority to theists to talk about the god or the gods or whatever they happen to believe in, and that's kind of the purpose is to walk down those lines of justification, like how do we get there, and are these things justified positions to take? That's where
Do you have an odd belief?
Well, okay.
Or
if you want to talk about theism, I
a
can do that.
non-mainstream belief?
Well, I mean, in terms, I think if we touch on the theist thing, I did like the moral argument you're talking about before. When talking about morals, I like that. And I like
I love
the conclusion you came to. By the way, I like that. About objective and defining it. But in terms of the theist thing, I mean, what a lot of people do, I think the mistake theists do, is that they try to kind of inject God into the mechanism of the universe, just to kind of, even though it doesn't need to belong there, it doesn't need to. It's almost like if the equation of the universe was like 2 + 2 = 4 or whatever, right? And then you just kind of put in 2 + 2 + 1 - 1 = 4. It's the same thing, but you just add in the +1 - 1. It's just, you add something into the equation of the universe that is unnecessary. Where if you take it out, it'd be the exact same thing. For example, if you boil down the universe to like one equation, let's say, quantum physics, relativity, or string theory, whatever, right? And then you have that equation there, and then you think, okay, well, somebody, like, why is it there? A god had to create it. Then you inject God in there, okay, and then it's like, okay, then who made God? And then you go to all these different gods: God A, God B, God C, God D, whatever, all the way down, right?
Yeah,
And
they're violating Occam's razor essentially.
yeah, exactly. And Occam's razor, that is something that is, I believe in that, even though there's no real justification for that. A lot of people, theists, would kind of argue the Occam's razor, but I think it seems reasonable. Like, why not just stick with one, right? The simplest thing.
Mhm.
And that is the fact that just the equations are there. And you can ask yourself, okay, why is the equation there? That's fine. But that's the same argument. It's like, why is God there? Just like, what's the point of having, equations? Why is that? Or equations plus God? Why is that? Just remove the God, say, why is the equations? And then that's it. I think that's a huge thing. It's almost the same argument though. Like the mystery, I think the mystery of why is God there is the same mystery as why is the equation there. Like, to me, because it's just mysterious, right? Because like, why? There's no
Mhm.
reason for it just to be there. Like the ultimate philosophical question, I think, is that why is there something rather than nothing? Because there could easily have just been nothing. You know what I mean? Why put in the
Well,
something there? And then
nothing is not a scientific concept. It's a philosophical one.
um
No such thing as nothing
yeah,
in astrophysics.
So
you're right.
yeah,
Actually, I heard it.
so yeah, like
I heard
not
about that
like
argument.
nothingness as a state in and of itself. I don't hold it as a thing that like can like exist, because if you're talking about a state, like a state of
Yeah,
possibility, so then like
yeah,
how are you in order to describe it as a state, what are you describing? And that's the problem, is
Right.
that like fundamentally you're trying to describe something that has no properties, that has no dimension, that has no context, but then
But
again,
then you just gave it properties.
you're giving it properties. You're saying the
exactly.
property is it's propertyless. The context is that
Uh-huh.
it's
Yeah,
contextless. And that's the problem, is that you wind up describing something. So the concept itself is it
It's
doesn't push that.
nonsensical.
It's nonsensical in that direction. That's why there's something, because not. I mean, there's something because there is something, in the sense that it can't be that there's nothing. Is like there's
yeah,
always been
right.
something. Exactly.
Yeah, I heard that argument. I have heard the same argument, especially when people say nothing. It's like, okay, well, if you're describing nothing, then it's a something because you're describing a nothing, right? So
Mhm.
then, like, it's almost like saying, okay, when you think of nothing, what do you think? Like, what I think is just blackness, but blackness is this thing, is a thing.
Is a
It's
property, right?
blackness.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what do you
So, so
what do you
then it's hard
what
to
is it
think.
that you're ascribing the blackness to? There's obviously something that
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
exactly.
right.
The issue being, I think
But I think anti. How about anti nothing?
I think
I mean,
the
anti something.
problem is that when theists bring up the whole like, why is there something rather than nothing, they actually aren't talking. See, that's a context thing, because they're not talking
Yeah,
mechanistically. Mechanistically, we could explain why there is something. Okay, the mechanism that allows for something to be. But the question that they're talking about is not why from a mechanistic perspective, but why from an aspect of intentionality. Okay. So why, like, they're saying, like,
yeah,
what is the reason for anything to be? Well, there is no reason for anything to be. There's a mechanistic reason, but there's no agential reason for anything to be. That's the whole point. Is like, the things exist because they exist, because there is no choice in their existence. They exist as a matter of being the result of other processes that exist prior to them. Now, when it comes to like talking about things like infinite states or tenseless states or whatever you want to, like, you get every world you get hung on a horn of the trilemma, philosophically speaking. But when it comes down to it, things exist because, not because they have a choice in the matter, or not because anything is choosing them to exist. They exist because they must necessarily exist as a result of the things that exist before them. So, mechanistically speaking,
yeah.
we can explain this, but there's no reason to assert any form of agential intentionality behind the existence of anything.
Yeah, you're right. In terms of the mechanistic reason, because there's different types of why. There's a mechanistic why, which is like the cause and effect kind of thing. This, and how this happened in a kind of like you said, in a mechanical way. And then there's the other way. The theists say that why is in like in a profound reason. As to like that type of why, as in like there has to be some sort of whatever that why means. Okay,
Yeah,
but
the whole point is because it's basically it's to jump from, if the universe exists for a particular reason, then that by the law of what is it, the law of transitive property, that means everything that exists in the universe also exists for a reason, which means that we humans exist for a reason. Okay, so if we humans exist for a determined reason, like there's a reason why we exist, there's something intended for our existence, then that gives us something to kind of like hang our hat on as far as our purpose in this universe, or like, what we do with our lives and blah, blah, blah. The point is, there's no justification for that. So, but ultimately, we can still derive our own meaning and purpose for ourselves from ourselves. We are agents in the universe. We can observe that, but some people will try and argue that because it comes from you and you alone, then it has no meaning or value, which is bullshit. It's just straight up gaslighting. That if the meaning is not imposed, then meaning does not exist. That doesn't logically follow. So they'll try and denigrate your ability to determine meaning and reason for yourself, because they'll be like, well, ultimately it doesn't matter because you're going to die, and there's no point. It's like,
so meaning, they say meaning exists outside of yourself.
Yeah, that meaning and purpose is imposed upon the universe.
Oh, imposed by
Right.
God, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's far easier to believe, psychologically speaking, it's far easier to believe that meaning and reason has been imposed upon the universe, and therefore dictated that all the agents are here for a particular reason. It's far easier to believe that than to do the actual hard work of determining your reason and meaning for yourself. That requires effort. Not only does it require effort, that requires failure. It requires like falling down, learning to pick yourself back up, learning to succeed. That requires trial and error. It requires a lot of disappointment. And eventually, it really becomes more about the journey than the end. Well, that's hard. But guess what? Life is fucking hard, to put it succinctly. There is no easy way out of it.
Not for billionaires.
But there's no easy way out of it. So it's much easier and much more emotionally, it kind of like speaks to people emotionally, that instead of having to do all that hard work, guess what? There's an agent out there that intended for you to exist for this particular purpose, and you don't have to worry about finding it for yourself because it's already been decided for you. And all you have to do is X, Y, and Z, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore because you'll live forever and everything will be great and fun and happy and perfect. That's silly. It's
and
lazy.
I think that's right. I agree with you. It is silly, the imposition, obviously. I mean, obvious to me. But in terms of when you're talking about meaning for yourself, I think there's problems there too. Even with the word meaning, like, what's the meaning of my life? Does there have to be a meaning? Like, if you were to find the meaning of meaning, okay, what is the meaning of meaning? So then it needs a purpose. Okay, a purpose. Okay, well, if you think about it that way, in evolutionary context, my purpose is to survive. Okay, that's my purpose, right?
Well, maybe if you choose to adopt that, yeah, you can reject that.
Yeah.
Okay, but do you believe in purpose?
I
Like
have on
purpose,
several occasions.
sorry?
I have on several occasions.
I believe, I hold that purpose and meaning are subjective to the individual, and that the individual can derive those things for themselves, or they can be lazy and they can accept one that is handed to them.
Okay, with purpose, you would definitely, if you believed in purpose and meaning for your life, you definitely would have to not believe in a deterministic universe. You don't believe in determinism?
Okay, so I'm on the fence between.
Yeah,
okay,
You could technically call me a compatibilist. But the evidence shows us. The evidence indicates that there are deterministic aspects of this universe, but there are aspects of free will that are damn near undeniable. Okay, so if you were to try and you're going to try and categorize me, you categorize me as a compatibilist. Okay, that we are still moral agents that have moral agency and the ability to make free moral choices, but you can't deny the reality that the choices you make are intrinsically informed by the information that you have access to prior to making the choice.
Like my voice to you, you're hearing my voice, that I'm influencing your thoughts and your decisions, just like Earl is, or you know what I mean. So that, I mean, right there, like it's kind of like you're surrounded by all this input, this external influence, much so where it's hard to parse out where the free will lies, where
it can be.
where it kind of emerges, right?
That's why when people ask me, I don't really bite the bullet on compatibilism. If you were to force me, if you were to put a gun to my head, I would say compatibilism. But really,
So,
we don't have
can
enough
you just on that?
information to justify one position or the other, which is why I think people fall on compatibilism, because it's the easiest one to parse out. So I would say we don't have enough information. I kind of, if I'm going to be glib about it, I take the Christopher Hitchens position that we have free will because we have no choice in the matter.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of people say that.
It's kind of the nihilistic,
nihilistic
perspective.
Yeah. What is compatibilistic again? Sorry, you said compatibilism. What's the definition? I mean, like in your mind.
Okay, so compatibilism is that agency, the free will experienced by an agent is compatible with a deterministic universe, which means that despite the fact that the universe is determined to be a certain way, you still have the capacity to freely choose moral actions. So you still have a capacity of free will when it comes to your own inclination, your own moral intuitions and inclinations. Okay, which, while there may be a deterministic portion to that, you can still choose freely one way or the other. Okay. Now that's one way to.
That seems like a cop out in some sense.
Which is why you have to put a gun to my head to basically say I'm a compatibilist. I'm more like along the lines, the universe appears to be deterministic as far as we can tell, but I cannot perceive all outcomes, and I can make a free choice given certain particular scenarios. You know, if I like tomorrow morning, I can have granola with Greek yogurt, or I can have granola with coconut milk. Well, which one am I going to choose? Okay, well, I could choose either one. Well, how much information is informing it? Well, I had granola with yogurt this morning. Do I want to do it again tomorrow? Well, maybe. So, but in the end, I mean, I to a degree, or like how I react morally to a situation. You know, I can choose either way. I can choose to turn my back. I can choose to get involved. I can choose to do a number of actions. Those choices are still free to me, even though there's information and risk reward assessment that kind of goes into them. I can still choose to do what I want to do. You know, I can choose to act against my best interest or whatever. But you know, that's compatibilism.
The problem that I have with determinism is that although I agree that the choice that I make right now is informed by the stuff that happened in the past, but I'm not always aware of that.
Right.
And so because I'm not always aware of what teeny weeny little details were all came together to form this moment right now, I can't say that it's 100% deterministic, because I'd have to be aware of all of the determinants that made it possible. So, but the free will argument is a problem because I don't believe in a free will giver. So yeah, I'm rather nihilistic as well. So although I can't dwell on that for too long, or I start going into a pretty severe depression. So
really, the idea of compatibilism, the idea of compatibilism, all it really serves to do is justify our imposed moral framework, our subjective moral frameworks, and essentially our legal system. Because imagine what the world would look like if determinism was determined to be, if we discovered that determinism was absolutely true. That that it was deterministic, 100%. Every action you do was already predetermined by virtue of the universe in and of itself. Then what does that say to your culpability for any action that you
exactly? That's the problem that I have with Sapolsky's whole argument, is that he doesn't seem to hold that people need to be or should be punished for things, because it's not. It takes away their agency, I think.
Yeah, well, I could say if I murdered these 10 people because I had no choice. You know what I mean?
Exactly. The
You could
universe,
say
the
that.
universe determined me to do it. So what culpability do I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
if I had no
Right.
other? If it was determined that if it was discovered that a person who committed a mass shooting had no option, that it was not logically possible for them to not commit the mass shooting, then what culpability can we really assign to them, in the
Right.
sense that that it is literally logically impossible for them to not do it? It's like, holy shit,
Mhm.
like what do we do there? You know? I mean, could we
Yeah.
lock him? Could we lock him up for the rest of his life because the universe determined that he would do a thing? It's like, that's,
Mhm.
which is why compatibilism rests on the moral agency of the individual. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what Earl said before about her not being aware of her decisions, or her like the mechanism of the deterministic thing that's going on in her brain, or in emotions or whatever. But
Mhm.
I don't think that matters if you're aware of them. They could still obviously just be there, and just because you're not aware of it doesn't really mean anything to kind of
Well,
remove
the
yourself from the
the fact
deterministic
the
thing.
fact that I'm not aware of it makes it more that it appears that I have free will, because if I were aware of those things and could make the decision 100% with all of the factors in mind, then I would say that, we live in a deterministic universe, because then my actions would already be determined. But
right.
because I'm not aware of all of those previous things that happened to me, I can only act as if I have free will.
Yeah, and you know what? And one way to think of, if you think of deterministic in a broader context, like for example, I'll just give you an example. Okay, pick a number, Warren, between like 1 and 100.
Okay.
No, but just tell me. Tell me what it
Oh,
is.
tell you what it, oh, sorry. I thought we were going to, but 42. Was that
Are
it?
you thinking
Hello?
about it?
I said 42.
So I didn't hear you.
Oh, we didn't hear it. Sorry.
Oh, 42.
So okay, you can probably think, in a common sense way of thinking, that you had free will to determine that number, right?
Right.
And that's arguable, obviously. But if you chose any other number, the entire universe, from any point from this point on, like the entire world, it will be completely different. Like if you chose 59, it would be completely different, because all the different things, like chaotically, that would happen like in those two things, they branch out differently. And if you go far enough, you'll even get to a point where all the people in the world will be different. Like, let's say 100 years from now or whatever, because of all the minute changes. Because remember, when the way people meet, okay, is very chaotic, okay, and even the way like a sperm hits the egg is very chaotic, right? So any tiny changes that one make, for me, if I pick a number from 1 to 1 million, if I pick whatever number, there's a million different ways that could happen. So a million different worlds, right? So if you think about it, okay, let's say somebody did choose a number like 100 years ago, okay, and if they chose they chose 68, but if they chose 34, you wouldn't exist. So your only existed is contingent upon him choosing 68. So if you think about it that way, you can be deterministic in that line of questioning, because you could say that if you picked any other number, you would not be here, and it's very reasonable to think so, right? So I think if you think about it that way, the world, like, we have no choice. We're kind of going through the motions, okay? But even in that sense, and like with physics, they think so too. If you break it down in a physics type way with all the equations, we're completely deterministic, completely, okay? But I think there's a way out. Okay? And I think it has to do with physics, okay? And it's just a thought experiment, okay? Um, okay, quantum physics is inherently random. Like, there is no causal from if an electron, um, like for an electron to go to either point A or point B, to move in one direction or the other, it's completely random. Or if a photon gets released from an electron, you can never say when it will happen. Okay, it's just a probability of it being, and once it occurs, you're like, okay, I was right or was wrong or whatever. But it's only a probability you can assign. And if you take all of those things and assign it to your brain, because our brains are made of atoms and electrons, very electron based, obviously. And then if you say electrons are very quantum mechanical and you can never predict where anything goes, and there's no causal link between one electron in your brain and the other, which corresponds to thoughts, that means one thought is not, in a very real sense, not contingent upon the previous thing. Like there's no cause and effect there in a real sense. So maybe somewhere in that kind of matrix of randomness, you can inject some free will, but that's a speculation.
It's possible. Yeah, it's interesting things to think about in that respect. Yeah, hopefully one day we will get more information. But I think we got somebody with their hand up. I saw that,
Yeah.
I want to kind of like make sure that we get as many people in as possible because we're closing in on the end of the stage. So, but I appreciate what you brought for us, Mobius. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. So, how often is this done? This thing.
I do this stage once a month on the third Sunday of every month. So, like today was the 16th. So next in July it will be on the 21st. So the third Sunday of every month.
Okay, and it's usually like what, 3 hours or so.
I typically run it till about 2:00, so like 10 to 2. So.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Okay. No, sorry. The question was how many hours in total? Did
10 to 2 would be 4 hours.
Usually...
Typically around 4 hours, unless of
Oh,
course
sorry.
Yeah.
Unless, I thought that was me.
Yeah, unless of course
hours,
unless of course it's completely dead and there's no one to talk to, then we may shut it down early, or it may run a little long. I have no idea what's going to happen, but yeah.
So, is there other people who do this too?
I believe on the first of the month they have another stage where it's kind of the same thing along the lines of what I do, and then I think on every other Sunday, I think there are the Street Epistemology group. They do theirs. So there's all here on the Politics Discord server. There's like all kinds of different stuff that you can engage with. This just happens to be on the third Sunday of every month.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for talking to me and stuff.
Absolutely. Thanks, bud.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. See you. Bye. Bye.
All right. Now I see Reverse has got his hand up. But I saw that Walker. I see you in the chat. I saw that you had your hand up, and if you wanted to chat, I wanted to give you the opportunity. I didn't want to just like walk by you. But if you had something that you wanted to talk about, or something that I think he's looking like he might be a compatibilist, or he might be a determinist as well. But I don't know. But I see your hand up, Reverse. I just want to make sure that we give everybody, anybody else, the opportunity to chat that they want to. Feel free to put their hands up. Make sure that I want to kind of prioritize believers as much, especially people we haven't talked to in the past. See what we've got, and let me see what's going on while we wait for that. Let me see what's going on. Okay. So let me ask you, Earl, should I?
Is it Otangelo?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I ordered a seat cushion and a little footrest because my desk is actually, it's a dining room table, and so it's seated kind of awkwardly, and my dog has now thought that my footrest is his bed. So he's trying to climb up on top of it. It's pretty cute.
Otangelo, the invite has been sent, dude. Just got to click the button.
Yeah, click the buttons. You can do it.
You can do it.
God, I haven't seen that movie in ages.
You can do it. Cut his fucking head off. Oh no, we suck again. Rob Schneider, for all of his failings right now, at least that shit was funny as
I know, right? God.
Oh
she
no,
wasn't such an idiot.
We suck
really
again.
We suck again. That's Waterboy, right?
Yeah. When Bobby quits the team.
Bobby Boucher.
Bobby Boucher. Oh, fucking Kathy Bates was a revelation in that movie. And that woman is funny.
So good. She's hysterical. God, I love her.
You want to play? You playing the foosball?
When she did American Horror Story.
Yes.
Yeah, foosball.
You playing the foosball behind my back? And I like Vicky Valancourt. She likes me too.
Yeah.
And she showed me your boobies.
Show me your boobies.
Oh, fucking Adam Sandler, just legendary. Him and Henry Winkler. Henry Winkler is just a
That's
legend.
Waterboy's the only Adam Sandler movie I can tolerate.
I love Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore is legendary.
I've done a Happy Gilmore.
Do what?
I said I've done a Happy Gilmore. That's at least what I called it. One of the last times that I ever played golf, I got so pissed off that I did a full-on running swing and actually hit it all the way to the green.
Nice.
And I was with my dad, and there were two guys that were on the green. My dad's thinking like, she's never going to make it that far. I'll just let her go, because it's really bad etiquette to, and I dropped it all the way on the green. He was like, I'm so sorry. But yeah, that was one of the last times I ever played golf.
Holy shit, that was like 400 yards. Is that good?
Yeah, it's
amazing.
That motherfucker.
All right, I see Burnt Icicle. You got your hand up. Let's go ahead and bring you up. Tangelo apparently didn't see the message, or he's AFK. So Burnt Icicle.
Tangelo.
Yeah, he had his chance. We gave him an opportunity.
Yep.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm just here. I just figured I'd join because not many people other than me wanted to talk, so I figured I might as well.
Yeah, sure.
What you got for us?
What you got?
What do you say?
I said, what you got for us?
I guess we could talk about I was kind of curious about when you were talking about determinism and free will.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get how you would trying to think how to explain this, how you would assign that the free will, I guess, because whenever I normally think of the universe and stuff like that, the way that I see it is that everything that we've observed just in general with everything happening and how the mind works, stuff like that, is that we use prior information which may or may not be flawed or incomplete,
Mm-hmm.
or we have some kind of a genetic thing, we were talking about sociopaths or psychopaths earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And to me that sounds like that would kind of remove that in a sense, because a lot of what basically you think and stuff like that will be largely influenced, and I think you can make a good argument that is purely determined by your environment, because
Mm-hmm.
just looking at geography, since we're talking about religion, stuff like that here, your chance of being just spontaneously becoming a Christian in Saudi Arabia would be very low compared to the US. So a lot of the things that you inevitably will think could just be traced back to your environment. I think there's much more evidence just for that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I do not disagree with you. I think that the thing trying to deny that prior information and the lack of information as well, that these things go into informing the decisions that we make. You can't deny that. Obviously, especially when you look at things like risk reward scenarios, where you're trying to quantify the risk of a particular decision versus the reward that you could get from doing it. Compatibilism itself, or what is also called soft determinism. Okay, essentially the definition of that is that the causal determinism is true, but we still act as free, morally responsible agents when, in the absence of external constraints, our actions are caused by our desires. So compatibilism does not maintain that human beings are free, and especially doesn't hold that human beings, to libertarian free will. I don't even think libertarian free will is possible. So in that sense, it's like I said, it's a soft determinism that even those our desires in and of themselves still have prior information that goes into them that was beyond the scope of our control, because the things you desire are the things that you're exposed to. And if the people that are controlling what you're exposed to don't allow you to ever be exposed to that, then that informs the decisions that you're going to make. So there is that level of determinism there, but it's the moral responsibility that holds that, which is how that works out as far as soft determinism goes. This is why I don't bite the bullet on compatibilism. I myself I'm just, there's too much information going either way, and whether we cannot determine that if free will is illusory, we can't determine if it actually is illusory. So it appears that we have this sense of free will, this agency, when it's logically possible that we might not. So I choose to operate in the sense that it's undeterminable right now, that we cannot determine either way. We don't have enough data about, I would say, consciousness or even the universe itself from a quantum perspective. So in that sense, you could thought experiment this all day long, but the reality of it goes, you have it appears that you have free will because you don't know all outcomes. You can only do so much risk, reward analysis, and ultimately you can do that which you desire to do, as opposed to that which could be constrained by logic or reason or anything of that nature. So I mean, I think it's indeterminate. I wouldn't bite the bullet either way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's like pretty fair overall. I would say that I still think that like hard determinism, just in general, sounds more likely to me, but I think that also could be biased by the fact that like the majority of like discussion I hear is about like libertarian free will, whatever. Where like
Yeah.
could you have done like the other thing before? And I think that might like kind of affect my thought on it a little bit because I have to look into like your idea a bit more, like think about it for a while, but. Yeah, I think that's just a pretty fair idea.
Yeah, but from my studies, what I saw is that compatibilism, the idea of compatibilism arose in respect to the idea that strong determinism entails that no one is actually morally responsible for their actions. Is like if you commit an immoral act and the universe is absolutely deterministic, that means essentially you could not have logically done otherwise than the immoral action that you did. But that also means that everyone else around you cannot do otherwise, as far as like agreeing with you or disagreeing with you or putting you to justice or not putting you to justice. All of that is determined. Okay, which means that there is no agency, which means that ostensibly I don't have any justification for saying, like legitimate justification for saying that what you did was bad, because the universe determined that I would say it was bad, whereas the universe determined that someone else would say, no, I see his reasoning behind why he did it. So your immoral action could be justified in one set of eyes, and it could be unjustified in one set of eyes. But because the universe determined it to be that way, then there's no argument. There's no way to determine exactly which one it is. So all agency goes out the window, all moral culpability goes out the window, and there's no justification for imposing will upon others because we're just doing it because the universe made us to do it, in that sense.
Well, I mean, I would say yes to like a lot of that. Although I do think that like even if you do say like remove like the moral like responsibility for like stuff and all that, then I do think you can still get like some kind of like justice in a sense. Um, I gotta, but the reason would be that like as a society we generally don't like people that will like cause the people to suffer. Like if someone goes and like kills a bunch of people, like we shouldn't like the responsibility. I don't think is like the main problem. The problem is like if someone does a crime, they could do it again. So the goal is to stop them from doing that because that's not an outcome that we want. I don't think the necessarily like the responsibility part is the like most important thing in like the instance of like justice and like stuff like that.
Well, the important thing is that if the person committed a crime, then they were determined to commit the crime, which means if they are determined to commit, if they're going to commit another crime in the future, it's not because they could commit it, it's because they're determined to commit another crime. The universe made them so that they would, which means that we can't really prevent anything, which means that, so for example, if a person is determined to commit in a deterministic universe, a person is determined to commit a crime, then or just for this hypothetical, I am determined to lock that person up. But then again, if that person in the future is determined to commit another crime, then the situation will be that the person will eventually get out of that incarceration and commit another crime. So it's unavoidable because everything is dictated that that's the way it must be because it cannot logically be otherwise.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna put this, but
So
like
what is justice in that sense?
well, justice. I think the more so like important thing is like just avoiding the thing happening because like it may be determined, but we can't know like what that determine like how it will be like determined. But we do know that like we can do like certain things to like prevent them from being more likely to like commit that specific crime. Because like we can observe like like poorer people tend to commit more crimes, or like that are desperate and like things like that. And so we can kind of help that to like reduce the odds of that happening in a sense.
True. I mean, but then again, then you could say that a person commits a crime, and instead of putting them through a legal system that finds their guilt, we just kill them without question. Just like no due process. We just pop them. So, for example, if one person has the legal authority and they say, we're going to walk through this process to determine guilt in a logical fashion, and this person will be incarcerated for their crimes and blah, blah, blah. But I say, I disagree with that. And I just like shoot the guy on the steps of the courthouse. Then I was determined to do that. So, ultimately the outcomes are the same, but which one was just? How could we say that if that guy's determined to commit a crime, I'm determined to engage in vigilante justice, and that this person is determined to uphold another version of justice? This person over here is determined to be moral. They don't want the death penalty, but this person does want the death penalty. So things begin to lose, like concepts like transcendentals begin to lose coherence. So because everything is just determined to be the way it is. And so these notions go out the window. And there is no way to say that anything is just. Could transcendentals exist in a purely deterministic universe? Then I would say no, because everything is determined to be perceived the way it is perceived. So,
I mean, suppose so. It is a very like confusing thing to, I guess, think about it in that way. I guess I don't know.
yeah, it gets a little heady, but ultimately, that's why I don't bite the bullet either way. Like I said, I know it's glib, but I just use the Hitchens position on that. Is that as far as we can tell right now, is like we have free will because we have no choice in the matter, and that's fine by me. Until we get more data, until we get more information or more evidence, or even better, a frame of reference on the universe that is not our own. That would do wonders for our understanding. If we had something to appeal to that was not our own freaking frame of reference.
I mean, yeah, it definitely would, since we
Right.
are limited like this one instance of the world.
No.
Like if there was like say like 100 different universes and we could observe them all and like how they would play out, then it would give a much larger just like sample size just in general for figuring stuff out.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, anything else on that, or
Shit, sorry.
No, I just figured I'd chat for a little while.
Cool.
By the way, I'm happy to see that your channel is doing good, because like yeah, I've been in here for like a while. I haven't particularly been in the politics server, just like doing stuff for a while. But I remember like back when like Dark Dawkins was here or whatever, and I used to like be, and I would just like enjoy like listening to like you and stuff like that in the background. I remembered like I looked at your channel, had like a few hundred or something subscribers, and now it's got like a lot more, like tens of thousands. So I don't know. It's good.
I'm closing in on 10. I'm hoping to hit 10,000 by the end of the year. But yeah, the growth has been really, really good, and the support has been amazing. I think I've dropped some pretty good content. My last video that I did, which was a collab with the Skeptic, because there's a much larger channel than me, was very kind of him to bring me over. I thought that video did pretty well. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, slowly but surely,
We're gonna have the skeptic on.
Yes, you
on our
are.
channel.
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
On the 13th.
I think that's actually because I remember seeing you in like a video, and I think that might have been the one, because I remember there was a collab, and I think that's it.
Yeah, I looked. I was like, I know that beard.
So that one was a lot of fun. Yeah, because I finally got to take down Father Casey, because I cannot.
I can't stand him.
If there is a group of theists that aggravate me beyond compare, it is Catholics, and just it's their approach is so fucking passive aggressive that
Mhm.
it gets my hackles up. Him, and there's another guy named Brian Holdsworth. It's just so
Yeah.
condescending and
Condescending,
yeah,
yes.
and it's just like I just want to be like, I don't even care that you're making a point. I
Mhm.
just want to punch you in the face.
Punch you in the face. Exactly.
It's just I hate
I'm
being
glad I'm
taught.
not the only one.
I hate being talked down to like I'm a child,
I
and it's like,
yeah,
but
wanna
thank
slap
you.
that robe right off their yeah. Mhm.
But thank you, Burn Icicle. I appreciate that. Yeah, the channel's been growing, and hopefully we'll keep going. So
Funnily enough, I didn't notice like the beard, like all that. I noticed you because you have an extremely unique voice, I guess. I think it's like a
Mhm.
pretty good voice for a YouTube channel because like the moment you hear it, you can tell it's you. Like I don't know how to describe it, just like the way that you like talk is very unique, and so it's easy to kind of remember it.
oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I agree.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that
I
very
remember
much.
when I first found you, I think you were interviewing Professor Dave?
Yes, when we were doing the review of Dave's debate with James Tour.
James
Yeah,
Tour.
right.
Yeah, and I saw that, and you were the best interviewer I think I'd ever seen. Dave is very hard.
Oh,
I've had him on our channel. He is very difficult to interview. He's very dry. He doesn't offer like anecdotes or anything like that. Like he's just sort of to the point. He's very, very dry. And can be a little awkward at times. And you managed to like blow past all of that, and you had awesome questions for him, and you were like it was so professional, and I'm just gonna like fluff you up a little bit here. But it was so professional, and you had great questions, and you managed to like get him to sort of look a little bit more like a real person. And because he's a little robotic, I was so impressed, and I immediately subscribed. And then I was moderating on the line, and I had this like campaign that I was trying to get you on as a guest, and nobody would listen to me. And
aw.
um, turns out, it's I'm glad that you didn't, because I'm not even going to go there. But Jimmy Snow's an asshole. But I wanted to like get you, because they've got a big audience. So I was like
Yeah.
wanting to get you up there. And nobody would listen, but I knew I was right. So
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean, there are other shows that I would like to be on. What was it? Talk Wanted, or Truth Wanted did reach out. I've been on
Truth
there.
Wanted.
I've been on there a couple of times. That was a fun
Yeah,
show.
I've seen those. Mhm.
It might be a personality thing. That may be it. Maybe my approach is too aggressive. I don't know, but I figure if they want me to come on, they'll come a calling. But I appreciate
Yeah.
you presenting it. It's just, I mean, I don't. They may not even be aware of me. My channel's so small that they may not even know I exist. So that's possible.
Well, honestly, they have people on that don't have huge huge channels.
True. Yeah.
Um, they're mostly known through the ACA. I was trying to get you on the line, not on AXP. But yeah, I saw your episodes with obviously I was going to go there and be a cheerleader. But I think you would do well with a different host. um I think maybe somebody who's the lawyer guy. I forget what his name is.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
he's real sarcastic, and he's very dry. He's got a funny sense of humor. But I think you would do well with him. I think secular rarity. I think and you would do
Oh
well
yeah, that would
together
be
too.
cool. That would be cool. Yeah, I would dig that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Burnt Icicle. We're just like rambling on here, but I just want to throw out. I honestly think if you talk about like personality like compatibility, I honestly think I
Mhm.
would love to do a show with Rationality Rules. I like Steven.
Oh hell yeah.
And I think that
Yeah,
he and I would play off each other really well. That's just my opinion. But Burnt, back to you.
I
I know
agree.
I want to make sure that I'm not ignoring you. But
Oh yeah, sorry.
Burnt, I do appreciate you popping in. Thank you very much. And and of course we do this every third Sunday. So I hope to see you back.
Yeah, it was cool. I hope you have a good day, dude. So I'm gonna go.
You too, bud. Thank you so much. And I think we're closing in. We got a little more than 20 minutes, and I see one more person who has not been up on the stage before. I see Warzone, who is a friend of mine. Let's bring up Warzone real quick. Warzone X, who chat with.
Hey man, how's it going?
How's it going? Let me turn you up a little bit, make sure that we can hear you. It sounded like you were a little
Can
close
you
to
hear
your
me now?
mic. Yeah, it sounds like you're a little close to your mic. Just to make sure to speak clearly and enunciate. But what's up, dude?
Okay, fine. Yeah, not bad. Like it's been a long time.
It's been a minute. Yes, yeah. We chat occasionally on via Discord, but yeah.
Yeah,
So what you got for us today?
yeah. I just bumped into your channel recently. I think you deconstructed a bunch of like. I think you made some atheist arguments against some guy. I think it was a pastor. Not sure. I don't remember. I just saw it like a few days back. It was like pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
He does that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I smashed a few pastors. Yeah, there was actually one guy.
Just a couple.
You bring this up. There was actually one guy who had a very small channel, and I responded. It was a terrible video that he did, but I responded to it. And I took it apart, and he actually emailed me requesting that I take the video down because he said he was gonna take his video down. He's like I'm gonna take my video down. He said I realize I'm not good at this. I didn't present it in the best way, and it made me and you pointed out all these ways, you pointed out all the stuff that's really important, and so I'm gonna go and take it down. Could you go ahead and take your video down too? And I was like, and I didn't even respond to it. I was like, no.
Oh my god!
It's like no.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
I appreciate the humility, but like,
right.
No.
Yeah, I
Like,
guess sometimes when people get exposed for the wrong things that they said, then they just want their information off the web, and then the problem is that it's too late already. You've been
Right.
exposed.
Yeah. But yeah, so
And I guess the
uh-huh.
So I was just going to say, like, I don't really know, like, I just heard you guys talking about Professor Dave. I think I watch him a lot. So I just recently saw a bunch of debunkings. It was like so interesting. I think the way you speak also, and the way you like talk about things like explaining and debunking people, I think works in a similar fashion like Professor Dave, except I think your voice is a little more catchy, I guess.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Dave's approach. I find Dave's approach hilarious. I do, and I watch stuff because he always makes me laugh. Dave's approach.
It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, his level of knowledge is very impressive. But I will say that obviously our styles are very, very different. Because my channel is about bridging the divide. So I essentially what I try to do is lay out the problem, and then after the problem has been completely laid out, and then I say, well, okay, so now that we understand the problem, how do we get past it? Like, how can we bridge the divide from here? So at the end of every video, I try to break down like how we can bridge the divide between the two camps, so that we've identified what separates us. Now let's fix the problem. Whereas Dave, and I appreciate him for this.
That's a different
Dave,
kind of approach.
Yeah, Dave is a bit more like, this is so stupid. Here is why it's stupid. Let's all laugh at how stupid it is, and then move on from there. And he has a very real and powerful grievance with grifters. He hates them beyond compare. And so that he's very vitriolic when it comes to pointing out people who are taking advantage of others, because that infuriates him. And I get it. And so he comes at it with that same visceral approach, which I completely get. It's just not my style. So
yeah. Dude, so do you know this guy called Billy Carson, like the black guy, the guy that talks about ancient civilizations and all that stuff?
What's his name again?
Billy Carson. He actually runs a channel called Forbidden Knowledge.
Not familiar with
Just
it.
See if you recall his face.
Not familiar with it.
Fine. Like so the funny thing is like, the funny thing is like with Professor Dave, like I just recently saw a bunch of debunking videos all in a row, like Tucker Carlson like talking against evolution, and then like another video with a crazy actor that I never knew existed
Terrence
until
Howard,
like all the people are making memes of exactly what the fuck is going on. Like, what is he thinking?
Earl, I got to ask you, Earl, have you seen the Terrence Howard Joe Rogan video?
Seen Professor Dave's?
No. Just okay. So Terrence Howard.
Oh, yes, the Terrence Howard. Yes,
Yeah.
I saw it. Well, because Professor Dave, actually, everybody's been doing a debunk on that. I actually watched Maya and the Weasel debunk that whole
Right.
video, and my brain hurt so bad.
It's so batshit insane. Tucker Carlson is the difference between
It's very cringe. Today did you guys see like there's also a new video from Neil deGrasse Tyson responding to Terrence Howard?
Yes. I
So good.
fucking love Neil's work. So, but yeah, I did see that Neil deGrasse Tyson if Neil deGrasse Tyson taking the time to respond to an individual's claims, that's pretty impressive. But I knew he probably felt like he had to shut that shit down because it's like, oh, it's Terrence Howard. Oh, like this is like, and Neil's like, no. This is nut bar to quote Owen. This is nut barry badness. He's like, don't listen to this nonsense.
What I think is going on with Terrence Howard, I'm not really sure, right? This is just my own conjecture. Like, it might just be the case that Terrence Howard, has understood that he is not that great at science. So, just for the sake of getting attention, he learned a few ways to speak where he can try to sound intelligent and just get attention from people. And maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Right, I would agree. I think that he is a prime example of what happens when the secret gets into the wrong hands. Am I too? Is that joke too old?
No, I didn't. It cut out right when you said.
Oh, I think
right when you said it.
I think Terrence Howard is an example of what happens when the secret gets into the wrong hands.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I was like, for a second, I was like, oh, did I just age myself with that?
No,
joke?
it there was just a blank space, and I was like, what? Wait, what? No, I missed it. Yeah, absolutely. There's FD Signifier did a bit on his channel. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's very, very intelligent. And did a bit on Terrence Howard. He does a lot with black activism and that, in that sort of space, but he's does video essays and things like that. And he was talking about the anti-intellectualism that and pseudo-intellectualism of Terrence Howard, and how he believes that he's the smartest person in the room, and because of that he says everything with such confidence, but what he's saying like makes absolutely no sense. And he's been surrounded by yes men that are nobody's telling him, no, and what the fuck, dude,
Right. Yeah.
And even when he got on Joe Rogan, like, Joe is notorious for not pushing back on anything any of his guests say. He just sort of smiles and nods and goes, "Oh, that's interesting." He never. He is another pseudo intellectual that smokes a bowl and yeah, man,
right.
It's talking about the universe, and it's I find it insufferable. But yeah, that was wild.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
I don't. Yeah, Joe Rogan doesn't. I think that's just I liked Joe Rogan has changed. I liked his platform when he would give when he took a position where he would give the person that they talk to enough rope to hang themselves and give him so I liked it when he did that. But nowadays it's just like no pushback. Let them ramble about their stuff. Do whatever and just put this nonsense into the world, and lowest common denominator bullshit, which is
it's super irresponsible
exactly,
in my opinion. When he had Mr. Bowtie on, and just he asked him if evolution was real. He's like, I don't know. He's like, yeah, you do. Like, have a spine, like you're an MMA fighter. Like, where is your spine really jello that you can't like dissent against the people that you're interviewing? I don't find that entertaining to just have somebody on to just spout bullshit with no pushback.
Definitely.
I like the spice.
So
what's up, Warzone? Yeah.
So So one topic that I did just quickly want to like touch upon. I think JL, I already sent you like maybe a few links to those videos. Like when people talk about free will, right? Like I
Mhm.
just overheard you guys like talking about it. So when people talk about free will, generally there seems to be so much difficulty with understanding that. They talk about compatibilism, determinism, but when you ask them more questions about it, it seems to be like they don't fully understand like what it means. Like they don't have like a simple explanation for that. So if you actually watch the physicist like Brian Greene explaining how free will works, or how like there is the absence of free will, he explains that in the most simple manner. And once you see that, every single time you encounter somebody that talks about free will, you can just debunk it instantly. He just talks about the following, like the motion of particles, right? So you as a human being is nothing more than a bag of particles, a collection of particles. So if you're nothing more than a collection of particles, and if you look at like if you look at causality, like the like order of events which goes in one direction, the informational arrow of time, then you understand that fundamentally particles are what make you up, and it is governed by the laws of physics. So when you look at the order of events, it is the laws of physics and then the motion of particles that cause your neurons to fire, that then eventually cause you to have your emergent choices. So your choices are nothing more than the final process that happens in that, in those steps. And then you get to experience what your choices are. But the point is that this could be nothing more than an illusion, just the experience. And you might be assuming that you truly have the choice of choosing between A and B, but then it could just be an experience that is illusory. Sort of like, when you dream, you don't know that you're in a dream until you wake up. But while you're in the dream is convincing enough to trick you into believing that you're actually having an experience of the base reality. But when you wake up, you're like, oh, damn, that was just a dream. So, free will could, in fact, just be the same.
It's possible. Like I said,
Possible.
I hold that it's currently undeterminable, and it's currently indeterminate, and that's where I'm going to sit until we get more information. Um, honestly,
Or until
not
a better word comes up for
yeah,
what
yeah.
we both seem to
Yeah.
agree
No,
to.
actually,
And
if you
so I'm sure there's other
actually, if you
people
look
that,
at it,
that feel the same way.
yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, actually, if you look at it probabilistically, and like, with most of the papers published in the field of neuroscience and how physics works, the most probable thing appears to be that there is no room for free will, like at least according to consensus. But I'm not really sure if there is a very strong consensus. But most of the papers seems to like not support the idea that free will is compatible, except when you talk about compatibilism. There might be the only possible way in which you can have free will is if somehow your consciousness like precedes all the space-time events, like the motion of particles, the laws of physics. And yeah, that's probably possible, but then it does not have much evidence.
Yeah, like I said, it's
Mhm.
That's why I hold to that indeterminate position. You'd have to put a gun to my head to make me like really bite the bullet on compatibilism. So as far as it goes,
Yeah.
whether it's illusory or not, I can't break the illusion. So I have to operate as though I have free will, because I can't choose
Oh
to
yeah, it's same.
operate
It's same.
another
Yeah.
fashion. So yeah, so we're kind of like stuck there in that frame of
Yeah,
reference.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, yeah. Like, even though the evidence shows otherwise, like I still operate as though free will exists, because in case we do discover evidence in the future, we will be held accountable for all our actions in the past.
All right. Cool.
Mhm.
All right. So I appreciate you popping in, Warzone. It's the first time I've seen you here, so I hope
Yeah,
to see
thank
you
you.
on the next one, definitely. Um, any other
All right,
closing
man.
any other closing thoughts? Because we're getting close to the wrap up time.
Yep. So yeah, so the last closing thought would be in the third message that I sent you, there is also a screenshot from Wikipedia of one like experiment that they did using like magnetic stimulation, where they right-handed people, they choose their right hand 60% of the time. And when they use magnetism to like stimulate or inhibit parts of the brain, they stimulated like the right hemisphere of the brain. And then the right-handed people, who are mostly supposed to choose their right hand 60% of the time, they now chose their left hand 80% of the time. It's like a manipulation of choice. So the scientists basically predetermined what they would choose. And then when they were questioned, like, what did they feel, they were first of all not like completely unaware of any external influence. And then secondly, they also said that they felt completely intuitively like they really made the choices themselves. So yeah, that's like another experiment that you could look into. So that
Cool.
is like an example of the illusion of choice.
Awesome. Cool. Appreciate that. All
Yeah.
right. Well, I'll definitely check those links out.
All
Thank you
right,
so much, Warzone.
yeah, no problem. We'll catch up with you guys next time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. I think that is a good place because it's like 8 minutes to the hour, and we've been up here for coming up on 4 hours. I think it's a perfect opportunity, Earl, for my live chat and for the people in the audience here. Tell us all about all the stuff that you have, Wavelength,
All
and what you got going
the
on.
things.
Yes, tell us all the
Yeah.
things.
So I help run a channel called Wavelength. You can find us at Ride the Wavelength. We have a weekly show that we do where it's called Deep Six. We pick 6 YouTube shorts, TikToks on spicy subjects, and we invite guests on. We've had on Professor Dave, we've had on Ard Ra, we've had you. We are about to have the Skeptic on July, let's see, 13th. We've got Nitty coming on June 22nd. He was in the chat earlier. But it's a fun show. It's lighthearted. Sometimes it gets a little deep, but overall it's a fun time. We do it on Saturdays at 11 usually. Sometimes we have to move things around for our folks in Australia and other such things. But yeah, I guess that's about it.
Awesome. Fantastic. And I myself as well, if those who are unfamiliar, I run the channel Bridge the Divide. You can find me there. The link is in the description. The links for all of this, for all of Earl's stuff, for Ride the Wavelength, all of those links will be in the description. So be sure to pop over there, check out their channel. The team over there, Earl, you do an amazing job. The whole team over there is great. It was a blast when I was on, even though when I'm on a live stream, I tend to get a little chaotic. So
Oh my God, you were so much fun. I love having you on. You carry the show. We don't have to do a damn thing. It's awesome.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, but definitely check them out. Obviously, they have some amazing guests. I believe you've had Aaron Raw on as well, so which is just amazing. So look, check that out for some amazing conversations with some amazing guests. I envy you because I would love to hang out with Seth Andrews, man, because Seth strikes me as someone so fucking cool, and I just want to
Seth
hang.
is so cool.
I can imagine
he's great.
I can imagine just hanging out and having a drink with him, just chilling and like having a conversation. And I'd love to be able to do that. That would be a lot of fun. But you can check my channel out as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, he trying to get him booked though is a whole nother beast. That man is busy.
I can imagine. Yeah.
He was booked out. Because our show's on Saturdays and he was booked out for months. And so we had to scoot it to a Friday just to be able to have him on. But he was so nice. Like he actually, for our teeny weeny little channel, like he was really trying to make it work. And
that's cool.
He was great to have on. He's a very nice man.
Awesome. That's so cool.
And plus he's got that sultry voice.
I know, right? Like it's like butter. So
it's so good.
I do this stuff as well. If you like my content, you can check out my channel. Links are going to be in the description. I have new content coming up soon. And of course, if you like scary movies, you can check out the horror film podcast that I do with my filmmaker friends, Week in Horror. Links for that are in the description as well. And of course, to everyone here on Discord, thank you so much. A huge, giant thank you to the Politics Discord server that allow us to do this every third Sunday. Those notifications go out. You can say it on my channel as well. I always will bring up a new guest. Earl joined me this week. I think next month, I think Randolph Richardson will be joining me. So, but we'll see what happens as to determined by people's availability. But nonetheless, I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you, Earl.
Yeah, I had a great time.
Awesome.
This was
Fantastic. Fun. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it. It was about 4 minutes to the hour. It's a perfect time to close it down. So thank you all to the members of the audience here. Burnt Icicle, Mobius, Violet Seeker, Gooseneck, Planer, Otangelo. You had your shot, Chief.
You had your shot, bro.
You had your shot. We invited you up. You had your shot. Pope, good to see you. Thank you all so much for joining us. This has been The Stage of Reason. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. All you dads out there have a great holiday, and we will catch you on the next one.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Now we can remove that. Fantastic. That was a good one. That was a good stage. Yeah, Earl is fantastic. That was great. I'd love bringing the individuals, and that was the whole point. The whole point of the stage of reason was to ensure that the people that we brought up didn't get overwhelmed by having so many voices up there. I think that an overly packed stage is not conducive to conversation. And so 2 moderators or 2 people on stage, maybe 3 at the most, would be the best. And so I like the 2-hander part where we can bounce back and forth. So thank you. A giant thank you to Earl for hanging out and being part of the stage. That was a lot of fun. You rock. This was amazing stuff. Yeah, she is fantastic. She's great. Fantastic energy. I love those individuals whose energy perfectly offsets mine, because I can get kind of rambunctious sometimes. But I love being able to pass off so that I don't overwhelm the people we talk to. Like one of the first people that we talked to, she's like, it's a little aggressive. I know I'm a little aggressive, but that's why I bring somebody else on who can even the keel a little bit. So, but that was a blast. And I know I saw a bunch of people. There's two star things. Tina Jones, who popped in, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 28 months. Thank you so much, Tina Jones. You rock. Appreciate the support. As well as Joshua Lee, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 29 months. I did not forget y'all. So thank you all very much. And I apologize to anybody I didn't get a chance to say hi to because we were doing the stage. Anacito Maldonado, good to see you. Bellywood as well. UDEF, good to see you as well. Thanks so much, Spooky Bed Hair. Ollie Man, good to see you, bud. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'm on a clip. I really, really am. I almost feel like I want to do something else. But I can tell you this. I do plan to eventually do more live streams. There are 2 videos that I really want to do a live stream review of. And one of them is a video from Gothics that I talked to Jefferson Spatchcock about. It was a video from Gothics that she took down from her channel. Well, she didn't take it down. She privated it because it was so bad. It was Gothics talking about atheism and shit like that, and completely insane. But I have that video downloaded. I have it, and I want to do like a live review of that because there's a lot of stuff that has to be broken down. And I want Jefferson to be there when I do it. And I also want to do a review of the Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza debate, because that was it's hilarious, and people need to see it, because people need to see how much of a grifter Dinesh D'Souza is. Like, why that man is pure grift, and Alex O'Connor is just the sort of reason that cuts through all that bullshit. So a little aggressive in speak, but large in stature. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. So, but I hope you all enjoyed this. This was an absolute blast. I almost kind of want to continue, but I know I got to stop somewhere. We're going about 4.5 hours now, and it's got to go. It's got to end sometime. Too much of a good thing, or maybe too much of a bad thing. But Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, we didn't get to hear Otangelo spout from his script. He put his hand up briefly, and then he popped in and popped out like a virtual particle, but then he came back, and then he never put his hand up again. Oh, actually, he did. We invited him to speak, but he never came up to talk. So, Otangelo, you had your shot. You had your shot to come up, and you didn't do it. So that's on you. So, even though we know pretty much exactly what it's going to be like, Shroud of Turin this, Noah's Ark this, Argument from Incredulity this. So, but yeah, it's pretty much it. But I think that's a good point. So, like I said, new content on the way. Currently working on a new video, so I hope you all enjoy that when it drops. I'm going to try and drop that on Thursday, because that's the day I like to drop, Thursday at 4 p.m. And of course, every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time, the Week in Horror podcast. We're screaming towards the end of season 5, so slowly but surely we're getting there. And Dr. Nimrod says, my beard is very nearly as long as yours, JL. It's only taken 2 years. Hooray for beardy weirdos. Fuck yes. And mine actually is kind of wavy. So if I were to straighten it, I think it would be longer. So, but my hair grows in wavy like that. So when it gets wet, I get like the tentacles. So, but yeah. He probably would take it as a win. He probably would, Bob. But a huge giant thank you to everybody. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Thank you so much for the channel members. Thank you so much for the donated channel memberships. I appreciate that. New content coming up on my channel. I hope you all dig that. We'll get that going. And thank you so much for joining me for the Stage of Reason. This has been a lot of fun. And remember, if you want to join, the link to the Discord server is down in the description. So you can click that. You can join the politics server. And when we do this every third Sunday, you can join us up there. If you want to talk to us, to talk about things, or talk about what you believe and why, we're more than happy to entertain you. So definitely come on in, check it out. And of course, be sure to like, dislike. Either way, those interactions help with the algorithm. And of course, if you have any comments, things that we didn't parse out, or any questions that we have, be sure to put those in the comments below. Love interacting with you guys there. And like I said, the dreaded God algorithm, we have to appease it. So huge giant thank you to everybody. I wish I'd gotten a chance to say hi to everybody that I could. I saw a bunch of people in the chat. So I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. Have a great Father's Day to all you dads out there. Keep rocking, keep doing what you do. And we will catch everyone on the next one. Okay? As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide.